Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. There are some folks who are still caught in traffic, and I expect they'll be arriving hopefully soon, but we will go ahead and get going with the meeting. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, December 20, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Allard has notified us that she's going to be absent tonight. Mr. Salt?
Present.
Mr. Perez Verdia has also notified that he will be absent tonight. Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Cross?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zalatel?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Volland?
Happy to be here.
And Mr. Peterson is en route. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Dunbar, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zalatel, would you land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We do not have any minutes of previous meetings. That takes us to the mayor's report. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see everyone here tonight in this cold weather. Crews continue to work around the clock to widen the streets and haul snow out of our neighborhoods. Snow was successfully hauled out of downtown after multiple nights of plowing and crews working long shifts. Our street maintenance crews have been working 24/7 for roughly 2 weeks now. The focus is now on widening residential streets and hauling snow from arterials and collector roads. I want to emphasize again that there is no such thing as political snow, that is red snow or blue snow. It is simply white snow, and it has an impact on all of us. This amount of snow in such a short period of time is unprecedented. And it's been unfortunate that some have used this unprecedented event for political gain. Anchorage received nearly 60% of our annual snowfall in the period of about a week. Over the past 2 years, crews have averaged 6,000 snow loads in the central business district, that's downtown, and we are now at 4,600 snow loads, and that's about 75% of our yearly average, with a lot of winter to go. The city was able to secure 2 extra graders and about 15 side dumps for snow hauling. Our crews have done incredible work to clear our streets and keep Anchorage moving forward. We will continue to recruit and retain the best operators in the state. Over the weekend, I took part in the polar plunge for Special Olympics. It was a great opportunity to be freezing for a reason. This is my second year doing the plunge. Last year was kind of spur of the moment, so we decided to form a team this year and raise some money for Special Olympics. Our office raised nearly $1,400 that will be used to support the Special Olympics of Alaska and their incredible athletes. There's nothing like jumping in a frozen lake to support a worthy cause and organization. I look forward to next year and hope to see some assembly members jumping through the ice with me. Yesterday, I named Kent Colhase as acting municipal manager. I want to thank Kent for being willing to assist the administration during this time of transition. I have full confidence in Kent and his ability to do the job. As this is the last meeting before the end of the year, I want to take the opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. May you have a wonderful holiday season filled with joy, peace, and happiness. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Zalatel is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report, Mr. Mayor. I had a few questions based on some information we received at the Special Enterprise and Utilities Oversight meeting. We learned we are down to 6 seasonal positions when it comes to snowplow operators, and I'm wondering if you've identified some specific steps to affirmatively recruit and try to retain additional operators beyond contractors.
Through the chair, Madam Chair, I would like to push this to Ken Colhase.
Through the chair to Member Zalatel, Kent Colhase, acting municipal manager. We do have some things in the works to try to bring up our staffing. I can't speak to the number. That I would have to confirm that 6 is the number. I don't know that, but we do have some things in the works. We're working on allowing some people to come to work without a CDL and to acquire their CDL as they work for us. Paul Van Lanningham and others have been working with the Local 302 Operating Engineers Union to bring new members in their apprenticeship program, allow them to work off some of their hours in street maintenance, and then they will be experienced with the job when they become a full member of the union and obtain their CDL. So those are some of the things we have in place. I'd also say that today, just coincidentally, I met with Commissioner Ryan Anderson of DOT. He happened to be in town. We had a good discussion just in general about coordination for street maintenance and plowing across the city on both state and city roads. They're experiencing some of the exact same issues with respect to CDL and recruitment and other issues. So we are working on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I do want to convey my thanks to you and to Mr. Wilbur. There have been a couple of tricky situations, and the department heads in those situations have been very responsive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to echo Ms. Zalatel for you, Mr. Colhase, and Mr. Van Landingham and others involved in snow removal. Been very responsive to me as an assembly member and to my neighborhoods when we've been able to reach out. I agree with the mayor that we should not use unprecedented natural disasters for political gain. I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor. There are now several reports, and I think one is happening as we speak, about why the prior Muni manager is not with us. It happened very quickly, and I was wondering if you could explain to the Assembly why the previous Muni manager was let go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, that's an HR matter. I'm not allowed to comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. Welcome, and thank you all for being here tonight, in person or online. I hope you're all staying warm and enjoying this holiday season. A welcome to all the firefighters and police officers here tonight as well. As noted, yesterday we learned that Ms. Demboski is no longer employed by the municipality. While Assembly members didn't always agree with Ms. Demboski, we can probably all agree that she has always been a champion of public safety and a stickler for the rules. Thank you to Ms. Demboski for her service to our community. I will note that I have been made aware of pending media reports with additional information about the former municipal manager's departure. Assembly leadership's focus remains on facts and protecting the interest of the municipality. I want to give an ongoing thank you to the municipal operators who've been working nonstop to clear the roads and sidewalks. There is still much work to do. Mr. Mayor, the Assembly stands by ready to help. We have shown that we want to help. When we approved the budget, it included a proactive amendment from Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Dunbar that increased the funding for snow removal. However, our ability to help is limited if we're not informed of the issues facing the municipality or if the administration doesn't bring forward proposals. We did learn last week that operators are available, but the municipality's wages are too low to be competitive. And I understand there may be other issues and appreciate the administration working and focused on those aspects. Please let us know how we can help you address the problem of attracting and retaining workers, especially operators.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I want to draw attention to item 10B9 before us on the agenda tonight, a resolution detailing the municipal elections team's thorough response to the mayor's intensive records requests and requests for a forensic audit of the 2022 regular election. The elections team responded to the records request promptly and posted the requested documents on the elections website for public review, with additional items being posted throughout the summer and fall. Our elections team has a thorough system of checks and balances to test election accuracy, including a pre-election logic and accuracy testing audit that was completed in March 2022 and a post-election risk-limiting audit that was completed in May 2022, both of which are recommended best practices for elections. Anchorage has one of the strongest vote-at-home systems in the country and was recognized by the Sightline Institute for its handling of elections during the pandemic. Our elections are incredibly accessible, transparent, and accurate, and our elections team works throughout the year with the community and election observers to address concerns and make continuous improvements to the system. Item 10B7 on the consent agenda is a resolution before the Assembly to increase the capacity of the Sullivan Arena. Before we get there, I want to acknowledge that our community is in a very difficult situation right now. There are many vulnerable people in our community who need shelter, especially in these bitter cold temperatures. We also continue to hear from many residents in the area that the shelter continues to cause problems for the neighborhood. Our community is committed to helping our neighbors, and the Assembly is eager to work on this issue, but we can't take action if we don't have accurate and timely information to make decisions. This item came to the Assembly at the last meeting without any advance notice or explanation. It was not moved by the mayor and no action was taken at that time. I urge the mayor to bring solutions to the Assembly, such as opening the Golden Lion for housing or bringing forth an updated Navigation Center proposal. After the Navigation Center was sidelined due to an illegal purchasing contract and ballooning construction estimates, we haven't heard any news on this project. While the Navigation Center wouldn't have been online in time to deal with our current situation, it is still an idea that many in the Assembly would likely consider pursuing. For those of you in the public who want to do something to help, we learned today that Beans Cafe will begin delivery of meals to the people who are staying in the warming area, but they need additional funds to make this happen. If you would like to donate, you can visit donate.beanscafe.org. And finally, later tonight, there will be a new version of the Holden Hills land disposal put forward by member Zalatel, which will be labeled AO 2022-103S1. The document is available on the Assembly's housing page via a link on our homepage, muni.org/assembly. This item is scheduled to be back before the Assembly at the meeting of January 10, and there will be a work session in Girdwood on Friday, January 6, from 5 to 7 p.m. Ms. Zalatel is introducing the S1 version tonight to give the community adequate time over the next month to review the changes. As usual, we have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisle clear, except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk down below for distribution. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the muni in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic, and it's helpful if testifiers provide comments and any proposed amendments or provide specific feedback. Members of the public have 3 minutes, and community council representatives have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is reserved for the public to speak. Thank you, and before we go to committee reports, I want to ask, are there any students here tonight? And if so, would you come forward and...
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will get to you as soon as I am done with this portion of the agenda. Thank you. Are there any students here tonight? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. What is your question?
Yeah, I just need to correct the record on some things that you said. I think you know that I've committed to open up the Golden Lion to housing. We did that quite a while ago. Also, too, is for an update on that building, Kent Colhage can comment.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel. What rule do you believe has been broken?
Madam Chair, we don't typically debate the chair's report or provide rebuttals. The mayor had his report. If there are clarifying questions, I think that has been allowed, just as members ask clarifying questions of the mayor's report.
Thank you,
Point
Ms.
of order,
Zalatel.
Madam Chair. Can I amend my report?
Mr. Mayor, you need to hold, please. I am ruling on Ms. Zalatel's point of order. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I agree. This portion of the meeting is not for debate. Mr. Mayor, do you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, I'd like to have Kent Colhage clarify some facts that were misstated earlier. Thank you.
We will not be doing that at this time. That is not on our agenda. The next item on our agenda is committee and liaison reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Sult on the phone.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair. However, I would like to add that if I would like to know what the mayor what those clarifying facts are that he'd like to correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sult. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the Housing and Homeless Committee meeting last week, the administration updated the Assembly on progress on the Golden Lion, neighborhood mitigation for Fairview and downtown, and plans for January through April emergency shelter, which we have before us today. At the Municipal Audit Committee meeting last week, we reviewed the P-card audit and made some changes to the 2023 Municipal Audit Plan, which should be before the body on January 10th, and unanimously recommended approval of the plan by the Assembly. Last, I'd like the clerk to add me as a co-sponsor to 10B8. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
No items, Madam Chair, but I'm also curious what the mayor had to say, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
I'll defer the enterprise report to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On December 14th, there was a special 2-hour-long meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee. This meeting did a deep dive into the Port of Alaska, the progress to date that the petroleum cement terminal is nearly complete, the next phase with the Northeast stabilization, as well as the next steps and the financing to move forward into the cargo terminal replacement. I want to highlight that the port is often not an item that you hear a lot about on the dais, but we continue to work towards its modernization, and we want you, this 2-hour meeting was to underscore the importance of creating a stable plan of finance moving forward so that the project can continue. So if you worry at all about the cost of your goods on the shelves, I would pay attention to the port, and members would be available to answer any questions as we move through that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I guess all I'll say is that the Budget and Finance Committee meeting for December has been canceled. We've passed our budget for FY23 that begins on January 1. That includes additional funding for snow plowing. And with that, Merry Christmas to everyone. I'll say that early on.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The December Health Policy Committee was canceled, but we look forward to returning with renewed vigor in January. Our next topic is going to be the effect of snow removal and the municipality's 84-hour plow-out system on public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting scheduled for next Wednesday, the 28th, has been canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And I just want to note for the record that Mr. Peterson has arrived. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we were going to address the laid on the table items, which incorporate any laid on the table items into the agenda. There are 6 laid on the table items tonight. 4 of these items are supplemental and 2 will require a vote from members of the body. I will go ahead and read the supplemental items into the record. The first is item 10B, as in Bravo, 9A, resolution number AR 2022-417S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing a 2022 elections questions and records request letter regarding the April 5, 2022 election and directing certain action regarding the requests in the letter. The second supplemental item is item 10D30-A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 776-2022A, sole source contract with Anchorage Daily News for advertising of 2023 Assembly appointment and regular election notices for the municipality of Anchorage, Office of the Municipal Clerk. The third supplemental laid on the table item is item 14J3, Information Memorandum Number AIM 252-2022, Rabbit Creek Community Council comments regarding AO 2022-107. And the fourth supplemental item, and this one was just distributed. Ms. Quinn-Davidson and Mr. Salt, have you received this item yet via email? I'll go ahead and, I'm sorry, you don't know which one it is.
Let me take a look. I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and read this one in the record, but you should have received an email with, for item 10B4, it is an S version, AR number 2022-408S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reaffirming Assembly support for all projects in the 2021 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, 2021 Action Plan, and providing public notice of Assembly Member Zalatel's appointment as Executive Director of a grant recipient, Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, after approval of the plan and all its included project funding. Those are the 4 supplemental laid on the table items. There are 2 items that will require vote. Have you received another email or let me know, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I do not see it, Madam Chair.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
I will go ahead and start with the first one, and those items are being sent to you now, Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Salt. The first one is item 10A3, or would be item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-418, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Captain Gerard Aslan for 25 years of dedicated and honorable service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
A motion to lay this item on the table has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I hesitate to suggest that this is timely because there's not a strong will to see him go. But the fact is, Mr. Aslan is retiring, and this will be the last meeting in which he is in the employ of the municipality. And so the timeliness factor is the fact that he's here now and working for us.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeking unanimous consent on the motion to lay this item on the table. Seeing and hearing no opposition, item 10A3 will be laid on the table. The second item would be in the 10E section. It is an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating an amount of $32,050 from the Office of the Chief Fiscal Officer to the Legislative Branch for the municipal audit, all within the area-wide general fund 2022 operating budget.
I move to lay on the table.
Second. A motion has been made to lay this item on the table by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel, I believe. And this item is in the red packet here. And we are bringing this forward because the audit scope has been amended to include 8 major programs, and we need to true up the funding for that, and preferably before the end of the year. Are there any questions on the reasons for laying this item on the table? Seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this item has been laid on the table. It will be item 10E11. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items. It has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the motion is approved, and the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. We have one appearance request. Mr. Tony Izzo from MEA.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Tony Izzo. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Matanuska Electric Association. We are a cooperative. Like many of you are familiar with Chugach Electric as a cooperative, REI as a cooperative, and as cooperatives we are not-for-profits. And what that means is that with each payment that you make based on your purchases, there are a small amount of margins that are used so that we can fund operations and continue to provide reliable and safe power. Capital credits represent your ownership in the cooperative. And what I have here with me today is capital credit retirement check. It's in the amount of $42,260.38. Each year, the Board of Directors reviews the financial strength of the cooperative and then determines if we're in a position to retire them. Very pleased that we continue to grow and are financially strong. And so with that, I'd like to present the fake check is in the front. I hope it's not larger than the sign requirements I heard earlier. Apologies if it is. And on the back is the real thing.
Oh, I guess we're going this way. Get the assembly. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We make exceptions to sign sizes for checks. That brings us to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items, starting with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Voland?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10B3, 10B6, 10D25, 10E7, and 10E10.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, was that 10B as in Bravo, or were those all under the 10D as in Delta?
10B as in Bravo 3, 10B as in Bravo 6, 10D as in Delta 25, and then the remaining two are E's.
Would you say the 10 Delta one again, please?
25.
25? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then E Echo 10, is that correct?
Echo 7 and Echo 10.
Got it, 5 items. 10 Bravo 3, 10 Bravo
Yes.
6.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, if it's too difficult to hear me, I have earphones in, but I could try to hold the phone to my face when I'm speaking, if that would be better.
I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, we're having some difficulty understanding you through the speaker.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I just pulled my earphones out, so when I'm speaking, I'll just try to do that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Quinn-Davidson pulled one of my items, so I think the only item left is 10 Alpha 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. 10 Alpha 2. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Alpha 1, 10 Bravo 4, 10 Bravo 7, 10 Delta 9, 10 Delta 10, 10 Delta 27, sorry, I got out of order there, but 10 Delta 20 and 10 Delta 22. And 27, yes.
So 10 Alpha 1, 10 Bravo 4 and 7, 10 Delta 9, 10, 20, 22, and 27?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
I don't know if anybody's set to pull 10 Alpha 3, so I'll go ahead and pull that unless someone else has it. Then I will pull 10 Bravo 9, also 10 D, Delta 13, 14, and 15, and 23 and 24. And that's it, thank you.
So that was 10 Alpha 3, 10 Bravo 9, 10 Delta 13, 14, 15, 23, and 24. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Well, there's nothing left to pull, so I don't have anything. I appreciate that. I apologize. Yes, there was one left on the table. 10B5, please.
10 Bravo 5. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now there's nothing left.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, on behalf of the administration, 10 Bravo 2.
10 Bravo 2.
Yeah.
Mr. Solt, any items to pull?
No, Madam Chair, I'll just use this as a audio check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. I have one item to pull, 10G9. I'll go back over the list. Under the 10 Alpha, 1 Ms. Zalatel, 2 Mr. Dunbar, 3 Mr. Constant. Under 10 Bravo, 2 Mr. Constant, 3 Ms. Quinn-Davidson, 4 Ms. Zalatel, 5 Mr. Cross, 6 Ms. Quinn-Davidson, 7 Ms. Zalatel, 9 Mr. Constant. Under 10 Delta, 9 and 10 Ms. Zalatel, 13, 14, 15 Mr. Constant, 20 and 22 Ms. Zalatel, 23 and 24 Mr. Constant, 25 Ms. Quinn-Davidson, 27 Ms. Zalatel. Under 10 Echo, 7 and 10 Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and 10G Golf 9 pulled by the chair. Mr. Constant? And at this time, I would like to give direction to the clerk's office to change or to edit a Scrivener's error for 10B8, AR 2022-416, to delete does not. It's there twice. Does not, does not.
Madam Chairman, the queue, please.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor of 10 Alpha 2, please.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Madam Chair, I would, if I might ask, just let's add everybody, and if anyone objects, speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. The suggestion has been made to add all members as sponsors to item 10A2. I see heads nodding, so members will be added. Mr. Mayor, I assume you would like to be added as well?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask the Vice Chair for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items. It has been seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no objection, the consent agenda, with the exception of the pulled items, has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F. other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We will now take up the items that we have pulled from the consent agenda, starting with item 10A1. We now have before us resolution number AR 2022-388, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the students and faculty of West High School's performing arts programs and celebrating West High as the 2022 NFHS Performing Arts School of Excellence. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zelatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And are there students here to come forward? And any advisors? And faculty?
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the students and faculty of West High School's Performing Arts Program and celebrating West High as the 2022 NFHS Performing Arts School of Excellence. Whereas originally built in 1953, West High emphasized the importance of arts when it added a 2,000-seat auditorium, still the largest of any high school in Alaska. 1 year after opening and almost after 70 years, has hosted concerts for several mainstream bands and recording artists. And whereas the West High Drama Program is the second oldest theater company in the state, registered with the International Thespian Society since 1958, in 2007, West High was the first school in Alaska to attend the American High School Theater Festival at Edinburgh, Scotland Festival Fringe, returning 3 more times, and received a legislative citation for excellence from the state of Alaska. And whereas Dance West has performed for 33 years as one of only 2 dance groups in the Anchorage School District and the only one that competes in a national touring competition, 5, 6, 7, 8 Showtime. And whereas since 2019, West High Band has regularly scored superior and excellent ratings at the ASD Yearly Large Group Region Festival, with one student being named Most Outstanding Fine Arts Senior by ASD in 2021. And whereas since 2017, the choir program has seen 18 Alaska School Activities Association All-State Choir First Chair Awards and 11 ASAA All-State Solo and Ensemble Command Performance Awards, and whereas West High Orchestra, an orchestra of 110 students and the largest public high school orchestra program in the state, has earned superior rating at every ASD Large Group Region Festival since 2005, and whereas West High's drama, debate, and forensics team has fostered critical thinking skills and a love of the dramatic arts for over 20 years and was recognized at the state championship with 2022 overall sweepstakes runner-up award, 2020 and 2021 overall sweepstakes champions, and 2020 and 2022 academics awards. And whereas in 2022, West Visual Arts students have received first, second, and third place awards at the All-State Art Competition and multiple silver and gold key awards at the state level in the Scholastic Competition 2019 to 2022, 1 gold key at the national level, and 15 place honorable mention awards at the Sea Life Center Tsunami Sciences Bowl 2022. And whereas because of these and many other great achievements in the arts, West High has been selected by the National Federation of State High School Associations as the 2022 NFHS Performing Arts School of Excellence, becoming the 7th school to receive the award presented annually to one high school in the United States since 2016. And whereas honored for their exemplary commitment to performing arts programs, West High serves to remind communities across Alaska about the values and benefits of high school activity programs. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates the achievements of all West High students and faculty involved in the performing arts programs and recognizes the crowning honor of being named the 2022 NFHS Performing Arts School of Excellence, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of December, 2022.
We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-389, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department Captain Matthew Herman and firefighter James Johnstone, recipients of the Anchorage Fire Department's highest honor, the Firefighter Medal of Honor for acts of conspicuous heroism. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second?
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be reading Mr. Constant's presenting. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Anchorage Fire Department Captain Matthew Herman and firefighter James Johnston, recipients of the Anchorage Fire Department's highest honor, the Firefighter Medal of Honor for acts of conspicuous heroism. Whereas on May 22, 2022, Anchorage Fire Department Engine 10 was the first on-scene apparatus at a single-family structure fire that was 75% involved, with the fire growing rapidly due to dry conditions and high winds, resulting in spot fires in the surrounding area. And whereas on-scene AFD personnel ascertained that the fire had spread to multiple vehicles and storage sheds, had caused a gas line rupture, and had spread to the adjacent woodlands, creating an extremely hazardous situation for responding AFD personnel. And whereas Captain Matthew Herman and firefighter James Johnston located a mobility impaired resident trapped on a rear deck who was rapidly being overcome by smoke and intense flames which were threatening to consume the deck. Whereas using every ounce of his professional training experience, firefighter Johnston deployed a ladder to reach the constituent and positioned himself between her and the flames, protecting her from what had moments ago seemed inevitable tragedy, while firefighter Herman carried her down the ladder, using his body to shield her from the heat and flames from the adjacent garage, which was heavily involved. And whereas this rescue operation was performed with strength, poise, quick thinking, professionalism, teamwork, and action at great personal risk to Captain Herman and firefighter Johnston, resulting in the grateful constituent escaping virtually unscathed from what moments earlier had seemed an inevitable tragedy. And whereas Captain Herman and firefighter Johnston have been honored with the Anchorage Fire Department's highest award, the Firefighter Medal of Honor, which is awarded to department members who, under extremely hazardous conditions in which the member is confronted with imminent personal risk, with full knowledge of that risk, performs an act of conspicuous heroism, which furthers the highest traditions of the Anchorage Fire Department and the fire service. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Captain Matthew Herman and firefighter James Johnston for their conspicuous heroism, when at great personal risk and with bravery, teamwork, and professionalism, they saved a life. Their actions were a credit to themselves, their station, the Anchorage Fire Department, the fire service in general, and the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of December 2022.
Thank you.
Chief Shragi, if you'd like to say anything. It was, there you go.
Yes, thank you. These are a couple of the finest specimens of Anchorage firefighters that we have, and I'm so proud of them, not only for their actions, but for what they're willing to do on any given day. And these two represent firefighters throughout the entirety of the Anchorage Fire Department, and any single member of our department, including those that are standing in the back of the room behind me, would be willing to do the same thing at any time. And I know that Captain Herman and firefighter Johnstone are a little hesitant to accept this recognition just with all the conspicuity, but they're here to represent all of the Anchorage firefighters. And I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward and for this recognition. Thank you.
We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-418, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Captain Gerard Aslan for 25 years of dedicated and honorable service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant. It has been seconded by Mr. Volin. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Where's Captain Aslan? Oh.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Captain Gerard Aslan for 25 years of dedicated and honorable service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Gerard Aslan was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, graduating from Service High School in 1994 and Wayland Baptist University in 2008, where he studied criminal justice and received a Bachelor of Science degree in occupational safety. And whereas in 1991, Gerard went to work for Cars Quality Centers in an entry-level position where he quickly advanced to bakery manager before being hired by the Anchorage Police Department as a patrol officer in July 1997. And whereas while serving as a patrol officer, Gerard's assignments included the Metropolitan Drug Enforcement Unit, Crisis Resolution Unit, Clandestine Laboratory Response Team, Major Crime Scene Response Team, Domestic Violence Instruction Team, Field Training Officer, and Workplace Violence Instructor. And whereas, in 2005, Gerard was promoted to detective with the APD Detective Division in the Crimes Against Children Unit before being promoted to sergeant in 2008 and working as the Warrant Section Supervisor, Domestic Violence Instruction Supervisor, Sergeant Mentor, and Field Training Supervisor. And whereas, in 2018, Gerard was promoted to lieutenant, serving as the commander of the Anchorage Police Department Special Operations Unit, to include Special Weapons and Tactics, the Technical Support Unit, Crisis Negotiation Team, K-9 Unit, Bomb Squad, and the Investigative Support Unit. And whereas, in 2020, Gerard was promoted to captain, commanding the Patrol Division, the Warrants Unit, and the Field Training Officer Program, and serving as Deputy Chief in 2021 before taking on his current assignment as APD's Captain of Administration. And whereas Gerard has continued to expand his professional credentials, earning a graduate certificate in criminal justice education from University of Virginia in 2019, attending the FBI National Academy Quantico Class of 2019, session number 276, and earning a Master of Science in Law Enforcement and Public Safety Leadership from the University of San Diego in 2021. And whereas in 2005, Gerard was elected to serve as an executive board trustee for the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, serving as APDEA treasurer from 2012 to 2016 before being elected APDEA president. During his service as part of the APDEA leadership team, Gerard worked to build and foster relationships with municipal leadership and elected officials, to improve the lives and career opportunities of APDEA members, and in 2015, Gerard served as the founding chair of the Anchorage Cops for Community. Whereas in 1997, Gerard married his high school sweetheart, Rebecca. And they've raised their children, Grace, Caleb, and Seth, in the community that they grew up in, instilling in them a love of the great Alaska outdoors and a spirit of community and service. For 10 years, Gerard has been active in the scouting movement, whose mission is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral choices by instilling in them the values of scouting. In his service to our community, Gerard has consistently lived out this mission and values. While Gerard may be proud of his professional achievements, he's most proud of his wife and children and appreciative of the love and support that they've provided him during his years of public service. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Captain Gerard Aslan for his 25 years of dedicated and honorable public service to the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of December, 2022.
I feel like I should say a couple things, but I made notes. My wife said I should just come up here and say thank you and run away. But it is certainly, the recognition is certainly appreciated. I've had the pleasure to meet and work with many of you, so maybe a few faces I haven't, but I will quite frankly have mostly fond memories of my time here in the chambers. Good learning experiences, opportunity to connect with people and try to serve our community together, and for that I'm thankful for the, having worked with each one of you. I feel fortunate to have made it this far. A lot of people do not, and I want us to reflect for just a minute. We currently have 3 officers who are out injured as a result of having been shot in the line of duty. They're recovering, but it's those sorts of things that, we just all should keep our minds on, thoughts and prayers. Profession takes a team. It's interesting when you read through this and you look at that 25 years of my life and all the experiences I've had. But ultimately, all of those things were as part of a group of people who work hard for this community every day with the Anchorage Police Department. We've got more than 550 people out there working to protect and serve our community while striving for excellence every day. And I'm grateful to have just been one small part of that over the past 25 years. The profession, I see it as an opportunity to learn from, connect with, and serve so many. And, just thinking about some of the experiences and opportunities I've had, I firmly believe after all of these years that people are fundamentally good and seek to do the right thing. And I'm honored to have had the opportunity to serve in this small way within our community. No one, I've kind of alluded to it, but no one succeeds alone. I think of this quote, or maybe it's a quote, it's a proverb. Somebody will bring it to my attention what it is, but go fast, go alone, go far, go together. And, this career in my life exemplifies that. There's a lot of people not only here, but as I said, at the department that work really hard every day to serve this community. And obviously without my wife, she is my high school sweetheart and been with her forever. Anyhow, would not been able to commit myself to this career nor manages the challenges without support from people. So thank you for all of that. It's a great honor. I'm humbled by the recognition and just super grateful to be here today and accept this. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd move to change the order of the day to take up items 10B4 and 10B7 now. Purpose of which is to allow conflicts to be declared and us to take care of certain items.
Is there a second to the motion to change the order of the day?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera, and Mr. Constant's motion is to take up items 10 Bravo 4 and 10 Bravo 7. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeking unanimous consent. Actually, Ms. Quinn Davidson, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just wondering if Mr. Constant could explain again. I realize he said something about conflicts, but we could obviously excuse the person with a conflict at any point in the meeting. So can you explain why we're changing the order of the day?
Yeah, it was requested of us to consider either taking up these items at the beginning or taking them up at the end. And, one of them I might want to take up at the end. The idea is that they're both related to the coalition and homelessness, and so.
Okay, so just to keep them together. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up items 10B4 and 10B7 now.
So, I would, if I can speak to that again briefly.
Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed, and we will take up item 10B4, followed by item 10B7. B as in Bravo. We now have before us item 10B4, Bravo 4, resolution number AR 2022-408, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reaffirming Assembly support for all projects in the 2021 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan. Ms. Zalatel, before I ask for a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd actually like to, if I may, declare conflicts for item B4 and B7. They're slightly different. B4, I'm explicitly named in the resolution in my role as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. And on B7, I had previously declared a conflict of interest as the coalition took a public position on the item under consideration. And based on those two disclosures, I would ask to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Do members have any questions regarding Ms. Zalatel's disclosure? It is the ruling of the chair that you do have a conflict and may be excused for item 10B4 and item 10B7. What is the will of the body?
I move the S version.
Second.
A motion has been made to approve the S version. It's been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you. This is an interesting one. The body passed over a year ago the item that's underlying the question before us, and through various set of actions, no funding was made available to the grantee. Now, the CEO or the executive director of the organization is a member of this body, so at the time there was no conflict, and the administration and the health department in particular, in attempting to be as really clear as possible to the federal government, wants to open this to have the declaration of a conflict and have the vote taken without Ms. Zalatel voting, so that we have no appearance of conflict to the federal government. Again, there was no reason for her to make a declaration a year ago because she was not in the position she's in now. So. And so inside of this item, the way it's drafted, I'm going to make another motion, a motion to amend. And the motion is to amend section 2, page 2, line 6. And it's to check the box is recused.
Second.
A motion to amend has been made by Mr. Constant on page 2, line 6, to check the box is recused. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the amendment to check on page 2 of line 6, the box is recused.
Assemblymember Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Solt.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, how do you vote?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 9-0. We now have the main motion as amended before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-408S as amended.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Schultz?
Yes.
Item 10B4 is approved 9-0.
Okay. We're going to do a quick sound check. Mr. Perez Verdia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you.
We now have before us item 10B7, resolution number AR 2022-411, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly expanding Sullivan Arena emergency shelter capacity to 360. What is the will of the body? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions, and then I have a couple amendments that I'll be bringing forward. So feel free to give me the hook whenever you'd like, Madam Chair. So the questions that I have, two to the administration, just to help clarify a couple of items, and then one to, hopefully there is a representative of the Emergency Shelter Task Force present. I will have a question for that representative if there is one. So the questions to the administration, first one is regarding the warming area. So can you speak to what services or amenities are being currently provided at the warming area?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, in the warming facility right now, we are taking donations for snacks and toiletries, but we are not offering any of the amenities that the 200 clients are receiving in the actual arena.
Thank you. So are there tables or chairs in the warming area?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, yes, sir, there is.
And when did that happen? Because everything that we have seen from the administration is people sleeping, or not sleeping, but laying on the floor.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, people do move the chairs and tables away, but there are tables and chairs in the warming facility that people can access.
Okay, so the Emergency Shelter Task Force did make a recommendation, which I hope that they will speak to. Have you seen, specifically regarding the warming area, have you seen those recommendations from the Emergency Shelter Task Force?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I saw a preliminary recommendation, but I haven't seen the final.
Okay, then I guess I'll come back to you once the task force speaks to it so I can get your thoughts on it. But I did have one more question before I get to the task force, sorry. Can the administration speak to rooms at the Aviator? Are we at full capacity at the Aviator, and can any of those rooms help to defer some of the increases at the Sullivan?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, we are on a demobilization program for the Aviator. We have to get down to 75 rooms by February. Right now, we're at 132. So any increase to those rooms at the Aviator just means that we're kicking the can down the road, and eventually we will have to evacuate those rooms.
So then is it correct to say that we have empty rooms at the Aviator?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, we do have rooms that are under reconstruction. We've heard that they would be willing to push remodeling those rooms off, but our plan for the city right now is that we have to get down, we have to cut our number of rooms in half by February 1st. And in February 1st, if we're not down to 75, that means we're closing those rooms down, and those people will go to the street.
Okay. Thanks. So then the answer there is yes, we do have empty rooms. So can someone from the Emergency Shelter Task Force speak to a letter that you sent today regarding the emergency shelter items we have before us and the recommendations that you made?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Rivera. I will share that the final recommendations did not change from those preliminary drafts that were circulated after the emergency task force meeting. I'm not going to read the entire document. I think you all were emailed the document, but I would just stress that the recommendations from the task force were that any increase in capacity be done on a surge capacity basis, similar to what is in place currently, so that the increases would be allowed based on a 90% utilization rate across all of the locations before we determined if additional increases in increments that were deemed appropriate were activated. That any increases that were based on surge capacity be time limited to 30 days, and that they would be reviewed on a regular basis to determine if that was still an appropriate level. That we continue to operate the warming center regardless of any increases in capacity, so that we would ensure that there was always that space available. It sounds like tables and adequate chairs have been added, but that was a recommendation of the task force as well. And that the warming center report census data on a regular basis so that we can plan for any future needs based on that utilization, and that we continue to fund all other locations at their current capacities.
Thank you. So then, I guess with that, the administration now having heard the specific recommendations around the warming area, would the administration like to comment on that?
Through Mr. Rivera, the only comment that I would have would be if we're going on a 30-day basis, it would be not my recommendation to go to a 30-day basis.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm asking specifically about the warming area.
Okay. No comment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead. As I understand it, there may be one other amendment before mine, so I'll go ahead and get back in the queue for my other amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'll go to Mr. Cross, and then Mr. Solt, and then Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. Through the chair, my question is for the administration. If the mayor were just to declare a state of emergency, could you fill it to 360 without a vote of the assembly?
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, that would be a question for legal, and I can get with Blair Christensen on that.
I'm curious because as much as I understand the need to expand capacity, I guess my thought on this is I don't like that we expand capacity without hearing from the residents of people who live around these facilities. I feel like we're expanding capacity, but then we silence the public. And I prefer a process where the people who live adjacent to the properties have a chance to voice their concerns before we double, triple, quadruple capacity. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for Mrs. Johnson. So have we looked at other shelters to see what room is available, such as Brother Francis, and are there any other options before we increase capacity at the Sullivan?
Through the chair to Mr. Solt, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, it's a little hazy.
Have you exhausted all other options, or are there other shelters that may have excess capacity that has not been released or opened up?
Through the chair to Mr. Solt, we did communicate with Brother Francis Shelter, and they have said that their capacity will not increase past beyond 120. The Alex Hotel, we are using all the max rooms that they have available. The only facility that we know of right now that has the capacity to increase is the Sullivan Arena.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So if you go into your packet, I have an amendment in there, but Mr. Rivera has persuaded me that for the most part, his two amendments are more effective, but there are 3 sections to my amendment. And so I'm going to move Constant Amendment 1, the first 2 parts.
Second.
Page 1, beginning at line 26, and then adding a footnote, not moving Section 1, page 1, beginning at line 31.
Is there a second?
Second.
So the motion to amend has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm not fully satisfied with this language because of the word essentially. What it reads is that the Assembly finds the census has exceeded the authorized limits, and then it provides a documentation of that fact with a footnote accessed to yesterday at adn.com. And so I'm essentially asking the members to include a finding that this decision was already made for us and that we are just being asked to come up behind and allow it post hoc.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll go through the queue if anyone wants to speak to the amendment. Mr. Rivera, on main motion. Mr. Voland on the amendment? No. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Constant Amendment number 1.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 9-1. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Rivera Amendment number 2.
Second.
Rivera Amendment number 2 has been moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment changes the language in the resolution from allowing a de facto 360 with no surge to the original formula, which was 150 floor, allowing 50 surge using the same trigger that was recommended by the Emergency Shelter Task Force, and allowing the administration to activate an extra surge capacity of 160 if needed. So I think this gets to the goal, and I think this coupled with the second amendment that I have, Rivera Amendment number 3, I think put good guardrails on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I hate this. My neighbors hate this. There is no vision that's been applied to this effort since spring. Here we are, the freezing dark of winter. And it's been suggested that it's the Assembly that's been treating these people cruelly by keeping them sleeping on the floor and not feeding them or providing them services because they can't. But clearly they can because they let them in. And thankfully we have found that that was already done because that's the facts here. The fact is that for lack of any effort to really find solutions that distribute these folks other than what this Assembly has been fighting this administration to achieve, nothing has changed except for it's now freezing. So I have to support this. My neighbors, they've gone on a tour. They who pay the tax that no one else has to deal with because they live off of Abbott and don't deal with these issues, or they live in South Anchorage and up on a hill where these people are not imported to who are suffering in our town, where we don't ignore the public safety crisis that happens on the street every day, where people are having CPR delivered to them by the neighbors who live there. The simple fact is that those people who pay that tax also recognize that it's safer and better and cleaner to keep individuals cared for in the environments that we force them. And so, despite the rhetoric that the Assembly has somehow not acted to provide for these individuals, here we are again, providing for these individuals on the backs of the Fairview residents.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, or Mr. Chair. I have a question for either the sponsor or the representatives of District 1. Given that the Assembly approved $400,000 to address impacts associated with the Sullivan Arena as a shelter, given that if this amended resolution passes, capacity would be increased up to 360, does there need to be more funding available to address impacts, or perhaps either the administration or one of the representatives could give an update on if those efforts have helped? I would like to get a sense, because I've also heard from residents of the area who are not in support of increasing the capacity at the Sullivan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Boland?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like a little bit more information on how those appropriations are being implemented. We did receive an update at our most recent Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting, where our previous municipal manager had indicated that the safety component was going to be directed towards APD to do overtime patrols of the area, and that the trash removal and cleaning services would be directed toward healthy spaces under Parks and Recreation. I wish I was able to provide a more concrete answer for your question on what what sort of increased appropriations would be necessary. I guess I would just submit that the community, the neighborhood is already experiencing difficulty, problems. I know that there's an opportunity, we've had an opportunity to ask the administration questions. We've also had, we have the opportunity now to ask the coalition questions or the task force. I will point out that we have in the room with us, I think James Thornton is here, and he is the chair of the ad hoc committee, ad hoc homelessness committee for the Fairview Community Council. So it might be worth hearing from him, and to what Member Cross's point earlier, if there is a desire to hear from someone in the community that has really sort of stepped up in a big way and had the opportunity to go on a tour today of the Sullivan, you may ask James. But I share your interest in wanting to hear from the administration what's going to be done with that money and on what timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Next in the queue is Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Municipal Attorney Blair Christian answer a couple of questions in there, and then I'll have Mrs. Johnson, Alexis corrects several factual statements made by Mr. Constant. Thank you.
I believe Assemblymember Volan is correct that our general plan has been to conduct or to plan for some APD overtime details in the area, and then Parks and Rec is working to hire some temporary employees from the Healthy Spaces to clean the area. Mr. Braniff is here, who is the Parks and Rec Director, if there's any more information needed on that, but Mr. Volan is generally correct, that is our plan. And we are working to get it up and running as soon as possible, but creating the temporary positions just takes a little time. I anticipate that we'll hopefully have it ready to go by the deadline provided in the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Ms. Johnson?
Through the chair, I just want to add that when we bring people experiencing homelessness inside and we offer them a bed and we offer them services and food, they're less likely to be in the neighborhood. Right now, it feels like there's a surge in the neighborhood. I want to bring that group of people inside, feed them, give them a bed, give them access to services, and this capacity increase will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next in the queue is Mr. Volin.
Yeah, would it be okay, Madam Chair, if we were able to hear from James on behalf of the Fairview Community Council Ad Hoc Homelessness Committee?
It would be okay if you would like to ask him specific questions.
I would, yeah. James, do you mind coming down?
Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
We attempted to do that on the Brother Francis, and that wasn't allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That was an instance in which it was not.
I was specifically asking the adjacent property owner for how he felt this was impacting him, and I was denied. I just want us to be consistent. Can I provide a response?
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, so the proper parliamentary move at this time would be to object to the ruling of the chair and ask the members if they agree that if you want to say he can't speak, and at the previous meeting, the proper procedure would have been to say, I overrule. I'm not going to object because I believe he has a right, but I also believe that Mr. Oliva had a right and we denied him that. And I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you. I would just clarify for the record that they don't have a right. Who has a right is a member. A member has a right in this part of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Cross. And I would like to clarify for clarity of parliamentary procedure, as I indicated last time when the point of order was raised, a member can at any time make a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair. Go ahead, Mr. Volin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for you, James, is I know you did have the opportunity to take a tour of the Sullivan today. I'm curious about your experience, your thoughts, and concerns that you've spoken on your ad hoc homelessness committee.
Thank you, Member Voland. James Thornton, Fairview Community Council member at large. I just think we can do a lot better. I can't say anything negative about Henning. They've done a great job with the resources that they have. They're leading by example and with compassion. And I know that those also facilitating the need in the neighborhood and in our community are also doing, in a lot of cases, the best that they can. And the communication has definitely been there. However, I just feel that we need to get those folks to a more permanent situation. The conditions there are the best they can be, but it is a very different environment it is not the Sullivan Arena. It is a warming area. It may as well be a tent outside. However, we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars on propane, which can be attributed to the move into the building there. So, there's an extreme odor. There's, folks sleeping on the pavement. It really hit me after I had left, and I think everyone here should go see it if you're going to continue to allow it. And I say that broadly, going to continue to allow this to be how we handle the overflow. It needs to end. We need to move these folks into another situation. I've spoken to several members of the community and let them know that I don't think that we should increase the capacity. However, because of historical inequities in our community, however, right now we need to focus on those in need as a priority. And I don't think that I think it's better for the community if we move them into the Sullivan, because they'll have a bed, they'll be able to have laundry, showers, and they'll be able to be connected with services such as HMIS and other services. Those services already have very stretched resources due to our issues in really the world right now. We're all stretched. Everyone's stretched. We can't find we can't find good people to help really in any sector, or people that are willing to work or hold jobs. So that's a challenge. So I do actually support these folks getting moved into. I say that very carefully because I don't live across the street. I don't live right there, and I'm also I don't understand the whole picture. But I think we can do better. And I was quite frankly just sort of embarrassed as an Alaskan that that's what it's resorted to, folks sleeping on the floor like sardines. And again, it's not a knock on anyone here. This is a historical problem that doesn't really have clear answers. But we all have to work together, and there's been a whole lot of back and forth that I feel has been counterproductive for the folks' needs.
James,
basically.
I think that is very helpful. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Next in the queue is Mr. Dunbar, then Mr. Salt, then Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to speak with a little bit of historical context around these numbers, and I'm going to perhaps ask the mover to make a slight change to this amendment. If you look at the number this ends up at, 360, that is a facility that is far larger than we permit, except in extreme circumstances under our code. It is also similar to where the Sullivan was about 2 years ago. Not quite as large, but similar magnitude. And in 2020, this body took action to try to purchase several other buildings and begin the process of moving people out of the Sullivan Arena. We reiterated our desire to go down that path, consistent with the Anchored Home Plan, in May of 2021. And what we were seeking was a more distributed system with a continuum of care that would be more humane and also less impactful on any one neighborhood. Now, unfortunately, this mayor decided not to pursue that approach and discarded the plan we passed in May of 2021. Had our city chosen a different direction in 2021, we would have been out of the Sullivan Arena, I believe 6, 8, maybe 10 months ago, because we had other facilities where people could have been humanely housed and treated, and we would not yet again be back here in an unacceptable facility that frankly is a disgrace, and we all know it. My specific change that I would like to ask the mover of the amendment to make, what concerns me about that last sentence is that there isn't a notification of some kind to the body or to the public that this is happening. And you can imagine fluctuations of these number of people in this facility, similar to what happened at Centennial Park, although hopefully not quite as chaotic this time. But you can imagine these fluctuations and no one knowing about it. And so I'm wondering if we can change that last sentence to say something like, the administration may authorize up to 160 more additional capacity if there are 200 client beds occupied and additional, and they state publicly that additional shelter beds are necessary for life, safety, and welfare of unsheltered persons. And if you prefer different language that captures the same thrust, then I'm fine with that.
And then, is that a motion?
I'm asking, well, if the mover, I guess I'd first ask Mr. Rivera if he's open to that, and then he could do something like that without having to go through the amendment process if the seconder will help him.
Yeah, thanks. I'm open to some version of that. I think, personally, I like to be a little bit more specific than just state publicly, so I think something along the lines of they provide notice to the assembly and surrounding community councils. I think I like that language better.
That's even better, Mr.
And I would
Mr.
concur
Rivera.
to the change to the underlying amendment.
Thank you. Then I have no, if that change can be made by the mover and the seconder, then I have no amendment to offer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And the mover, Mr. Rivera, and the second, Mr. Constant, concur with the change to insert. Are we going to? And just to confirm the language, to insert, in that section 1, second line from the end, occupied and provide notice to the assembly.
Madam Chair, may I just read the sentence?
Go ahead.
Thanks. The administration may authorize up to 160 more additional capacity if there are 200 client beds occupied, comma, they provide notice to the Assembly and surrounding community councils, comma, and additional shelter beds are necessary for life, safety, and welfare of unsheltered persons, period.
I'm sorry, can I offer an idea there, Mr. Rivera? So what I was suggesting is slightly different only in the lack of existence of commas and putting the statement after the and, but I think they're important commas. And here's why. I don't want the administration to just say, we're doing this. I want them to say specifically that it is and why it is necessary for life, safety, and welfare of the folks. You see what I'm saying? So occupied and they provide notice to the Assembly and the surrounding community councils that additional shelter beds are necessary.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. The mover, Mr. Rivera, is good with the language, and the second,
Yes.
Mr. Constant, is as well. And just checking that the clerk has the language.
It says to amend Rivera Amendment Number 2 with the requirement for the administration to provide notice to the Assembly and surrounding community councils and indicate why additional shelter beds are necessary for life, safety, and welfare of unsheltered persons.
If I may, I'm just going to read the sentence again, so it's in the
Go ahead.
record in its incomplete state. So the administration may authorize up to 160 more additional capacity if there are 200 client beds occupied and they provide notice to the Assembly and surrounding community councils that additional shelter beds are necessary for life, safety, and welfare of unsheltered persons, period.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I will continue through the queue. Next is Mr. Salt on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Homelessness, and I know someone will disagree with this, but it has been politicized, and the homeless are paying with their lives. We all have a part in where we are. The hotel plan was not followed through. The navigation center, we drug our feet and voted it down. The Golden Lion has been delayed. Other shelters are, in my opinion, well below historic capacity numbers. And that's a choice, and that choice is costing lives. Places like the Brother Francis shelter have held more, could hold more, but are choosing not to for valid reasons. However, in my opinion, that outweighs the loss of life that we've experienced, and we are all to blame. I'd like to see this get fixed, and to the mover of the amendment, I would like to propose one change to Section 1, and that is to strike after capacity of 90% utilization, strike 4 or 5 days. And the reason why I want to strike the 4 or 5 days is, as we know, shelters, when the weather is nice, can empty out. But in the matter of 24 hours or less, we can see brutally cold temperatures that will quickly exceed the capacity of every shelter and put a strain on the Sullivan. So I'd want to keep the rest of the language that other shelters should be at capacity and the Sullivan at 90% before this option can be exercised. And so I'll leave that to the mover if they would accept that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. The mover does not accept the change, so will you be moving to amend the amendment?
Yes.
Is there a
I'll move
second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. And just to confirm, Mr. Salt, this is under Section 1 to strike 4 or 5 days
Yes, Madam Chair.
on line 4. Thank you. So looking at the queue, the others, Mr. Cross, or Mr. Constant, you were in on the main motion, is that correct?
No, the amendment.
The
Not the amendment to the
amendment.
amendment. Yeah, just to the amendment.
Got it. And Mayor Bronson, are you in the queue on the amendment to the amendment?
I was, Madam Chair, needed to comment on Member Salt's comment on the Golden Lion, since he had a question on that.
Okay, we will come back to that when we get to dispense with the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Cross on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I would encourage you to support that. 5 days at 90% capacity or greater, I mean, if you're willing to get a tent and sleep outside the Sullivan Arena for 5 days, then I'd vote for it. But I don't think any of us is willing to do that in this temperature. And I don't think that's a fair, I don't think, again, we're trying to solve this problem. Listen, this is if it's an emergency situation, mayor can call emergency, but I would encourage removing the 5 days. I'm fine with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's, I want to explain a little bit about the 5 days, and then I will invite a representative from the Emergency Shelter Task Force to do the same. So this 5 days is something that came forward from the Emergency Shelter Task Force, and it's in there in part so that we are making wise decisions with the entire emergency shelter system and the homelessness prevention response system, so that we are ensuring that there is utilization. This says 90%, but that there is a high utilization in our system, throughout our system, before we decide and make the conscious decision to dump more people into a neighborhood that's already negatively affected. So I think this 5 days puts in really strong, not really strong, but puts in good guardrails to at least look at the data, make good decisions, and then after that, we can say, all right, well, the data says, and we need to put more people at the Sullivan because of that. And I think that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be making arbitrary emotional decisions. We should be really making smart decisions, because it impacts the clients, it impacts the neighbors, it impacts our community. And with that, I'll invite someone from the task force to come speak to it.
Through the chair, thank you. You described the thought process that the Emergency Shelter Task Force has when putting that in place. The other concern that the task force has was that there are lags in data entry, and so that we may not know that utilization right away, and this gives us the time to make informed decisions as a community. So that was the thought process behind the 4 to 5 days.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Mr. Mayor, what is your procedural question?
Well, I just need clarification from the speaker on the data that she mentioned, and I appreciate that and everything you do. But due to the lag, we experienced a little problem with this a couple weeks ago, where we were comparing data to what we were seeing. So when you walk through the warming shelter, it would seem obvious to me that at an immediate time you would make a decision based on what you saw in the NAV shelter and the people waiting outside, than waiting for a lag in data in HMS or whatever. What is your opinion on that? Well, I mean, it seems obvious, but what data would you use?
Through the Mr. Mayor, yes, the HMIS data that would report the bed utilization, which is done every day.
Madam Chair, may I follow up?
Sure, go ahead.
So if you had a choice between, in your position, if you had a choice to expand capacity in the Sullivan Arena based on what you saw on site versus what you saw on the computer screen, which was the data, which one would you make your decision on?
I don't currently work at a shelter, so I wouldn't see that.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor Bronson, I will take you out of the queue. Next in the queue is Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to read this section 1 again real quick. The Assembly hereby approves the census of the Sullivan Arena to be up to 150 clients when it is activated as an emergency shelter, and an additional 50 client capacity when there's a sustained capacity of 90% utilization for 5 days at the Sullivan Arena, and the important part is, and all other low barrier facilities are full. So what we're saying is the weather turns from being fairly temperate to life-threatening. All the other low barrier facilities are full, so we have nowhere to put people in those areas. And before we allow the Sullivan to add an additional capacity, we're going to wait 5 days. If you're waiting those 5 days, you're going to vote to kill people. It's that simple in my eyes. A lot can happen in 5 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Seeing no other members in the queue on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend the amendment to strike 4 5 days from line 4 of section 1.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Mr. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 6-4. We are now back on the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. It was asserted by a member of the administration that the homeless coordinator would speak and correct some things that I had said. And I would just say that no, in fact, the words that were stated by the homeless coordinator for the municipality matched exactly what I said. And that is that these people should be treated with dignity, should be offered a bed and food and services. I would dispute my friends from Fairview in suggesting that these individuals in the warming part of the Sullivan Arena are, in fact, in the arena, not out of the arena. And so there's no physical way one could argue they are not inside of that building, inside of that shelter. The difference is, while they made the decision to violate the code, to bring people in, they made the decision to treat them differently, even though they had already violated the code. And so that, to me, is the fundamental difference, was the choice to leave them without a bed, without food, and without services. That's what this item, if it passes, corrects. So there was nothing corrected. In fact, I think there was agreement. Finally, for my part on this amendment, the reason I'm supporting it and not using an alternative method, which would have been requiring the passage of an emergency or proclamation, declaration of civil emergency, is because of the next amendment by Mr. Rivera, that to me, both are connected.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And before I continue through the queue, I want to note that since the Assembly became a body of 12, 7 votes are required for an item to pass, and that is why the amendment to the amendment, which was a vote of 6-4, did not pass. Next in the queue is Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, previously, Mrs. Johnson wasn't able to address that as I'd asked. She would like to do that now. Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant. The shelter capacity is 200. That is who we staff for. That is how housing peer support works. We have enough funding for feeding 200 people, offering client services to 200 clients, and beds, all the services needed. The warming area historically was outside. It was in a makeshift wedding tent heated by propane that the fire inspector said that people could. Can you hear me now? Thank you. That the fire inspector had told us people were not allowed to sleep in because it was not sprinklered and it was heated by propane. We were spending thousands and thousands of municipal taxpayer and alcohol tax dollars to heat an outdoor wedding tent in negative temperatures. We brought that in so people didn't have to go to the bathroom in porta potties. They could go to the bathroom with actual plumbing and have some dignity restored. I would hope that I would have support of the assembly to bring a warming facility inside. We do not have enough adequate funding or support staff to offer the same client services and food to those clients. I'm asking today for a capacity increase to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Constant, for a final time in the queue, and hopefully we will get it to a vote on this amendment.
Again, all of that is true, and I agree with you that the humane thing to do is to support them, but expanding capacity does not in fact provide increased staff, does not in fact provide increased funding, does not do any of those things other than authorize the expansion of the beds or the capacity inside the building. And so I completely agree with you that the right thing to do was that, and the right thing to do was to tell us you were doing it when you did it, and just put it on the record and let's cross that bridge at the time, not months later or, you know, so, you know, we can go back and forth, and here we are finding ourselves, but the real issue, I think, is about to pass. But the answer, if the administration finds itself feeling like it has to violate the code in order to achieve a policy goal, is to come to the assembly and ask. That's really what has to happen, and not in a makeshift way at the last minute with no briefing or declare an emergency.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, this was...
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Through the chair to Mr. Constant, this was brought forward 2 weeks ago at the prior assembly meeting. It was not laid on the table by the assembly. It was not introduced. We did bring it forward. This problem could have been solved 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I will just provide a procedural note that the item was distributed. However, there was no motion to lay it on the table. Any member or the mayor could have laid that on the table. Just procedure-wise, it did not come for action that way before the assembly. Next in the queue
I'm not done, Madam Chair. It was wrestled from me. I just would say back that the decision to expand the capacity was already done when that item was brought before us. There's just no argument that could be made that that decision wasn't already in the box.
Point of order, Madam Chair. That is demonstrably untrue.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Factually untrue.
What rule do you believe has been broken?
Well, I would like Mrs. Johnson to address the factual error that Mr. Constant just mentioned.
Okay.
We never went above capacity.
That is actually not a point of order. That is a disagreement over what has been said. Next in the queue, I will go to Mr. Dunbar.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Dunbar to call the question. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. This is not a debatable motion. It requires a supermajority. Should it prevail, this will bring the motion, the vote on the amendment before the body with no further discussion. Seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Sult, we are proceeding to a vote. Do you have a procedural question?
Yes, just a clarification. We are voting on the amendment, correct?
Actually, we are voting on the motion to call the question.
Okay.
Yes vote would end debate and bring the vote on the amendment to the body with, again, no further
thank you.
debate. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to call the question is approved 10-0. Members may now proceed to vote on the motion to approve Rivera Amendment number 2.
Mr. Salt, how do you vote on the amendment?
No?
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 8-2. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Rivera Amendment Number 3.
Second.
Mr. Rivera has moved Rivera Amendment number 3. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment makes the changes in this resolution temporary, ending them on January 27th, giving time for the administration and Emergency Shelter Task Force to work together and possibly send us additional recommendations. This amendment also requires a presentation to the Housing and Homelessness Committee if the administration wants to reintroduce this increase. I think just based off of the statements and actions of the administration from the last amendment, I think this is an important guardrail for us to put in place as a check to the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on Rivera Amendment number 3? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Rivera Amendment number 3.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
No?
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Constant, how do you vote?
The amendment is approved 8-2. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think one of the points of contention, yes, there was an item brought forward by the administration that was part of our packet in our late on the table items, making the request to increase capacity by 160 people. But what Member Constant, I think, is getting at is that that request was already being brought forward after the warming area was established inside the Sullivan Arena. Now, our definition of what increased capacity is may be a little different, and perhaps is for attorneys to quibble over. But, you know, Mr. Mayor, on 12/6/22, you tweeted, "Tonight the Assembly chose to keep nearly 160 people sleeping on the floor of the Sullivan Arena. This is wrong. They had the opportunity to provide a semblance of human dignity by giving folks a cot and warm place to sleep, and they chose otherwise. Is this the Anchorage we want?" So I guess I have two questions. Number one, in that Twitter post, is that your camera work or someone else in your administration? I'm just curious. And number two, you know, this indicates to me that the 160 people being requested, they were already in the warming area. And I think we heard from Ms. Johnson at our Housing and Homeless Committee meeting that there was actually a peak of maybe 178 people in the warming area at one time. And so, you know, why wasn't the request made to the Assembly to move the tent inside and to establish a more physical warming area within the Sullivan Arena?
Through the chair to Mr. Voland, I wouldn't be able to speak on whose camera work that was, but I can look into it for you. I think where the frustration comes from my standpoint is 2 weeks ago, we asked for 160, and we were told to take a pause. I came to the assembly that day, didn't even get to speak to say, hey, we have 160 people that need a bed, and guess what? 2 weeks later, you guys are voting to approve the same 160. We took the pause, and we ended up in the same exact place. We lost 2 weeks. That's where my frustration is coming from. That day, when you guys did not introduce the late on the table, we could have voted that day to give those clients beds, food, services, intro to housing, and we missed it, and we're here 2 weeks later. That's where my frustration comes. We're in the exact same place we were 2 weeks, even with the pause, even with the task force joining in.
Can I follow up, Madam Chair? So I hear you, and I do agree that the humane thing is to keep people warm. I'm also increasingly frustrated because I think a lot of folks in Fairview saw this writing on the wall, and I'm also not convinced that this, potentially will be the last request to increase capacity. I felt surprised the day before our previous regular meeting to get that email and to not have had any sort of previous information that would be coming forward. So to me, it did feel, and I'm just kind of speaking honestly and from the heart, it felt a little bit rushed. It felt like I would have wanted more information. I'm just keenly aware of all of the concerns that have been raised by the Fairview community. It sort of looks like the increase in capacity already happened. And I think, and even if it was from a positive intention, I think that's where some of the frustration lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Next in the queue is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak a little bit to what Ms. Johnson said, and sort of along the lines of what Mr. Rowland shared. This feels a little bit like the same thing over and over again. You all do something last minute, sit around for months, don't solve problems, do something last minute, don't explain it to anyone, don't approach assembly members and say, here's what we're looking to do and this is why, and then expect us to vote on something without any knowledge of it. And frankly, it just feels like amateur hour. Like, there are 12 members on this body. If the mayor can't get 3 people to introduce something because he hasn't had 3 conversations with someone, that's his problem, not ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I would just say it doesn't need 3 people, just needs 1. Just needs 1 other person. And that was what fell apart 2 weeks ago. It wasn't that this body didn't act. It was that the mayor introduced something at the last minute and needed 1 other person, but wasn't himself here and didn't arrange with another 2 people to make a motion and second to get an item on the floor. But all of that to me is a distraction from the simple fact that the assembly established 150-person capacity. The administration requested and was granted a 50-person increase. So there was a clear demonstration that it was understood that there's a process and the assembly could in fact and would likely work with them. And then they expand the capacity by 160 inside the Sullivan Arena, not providing, for lack of funding or whatever reason, the services that the people that they brought in need, expanded by 160, and then ask us after the fact for the capacity to be expanded. That's the part that is, it's really hard. And I think Ms. Quinn Davidson hit it right, that it makes it very hard to do business when at the last minute you have something put in front of you, no advocate, no champion, and then they expect us to act, and it doesn't work that way. But still, despite all of my hesitations and frustrations and sadness, support allowing this increase so that after the fact, basic humanity can be achieved inside of that building.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like Mrs. Johnson to respond. Thanks.
Through the chair, I just want to add some facts to the warming area. We had seen in early October warming area numbers in the 20s and 30s. It was just people coming in, trying to get some snacks, get a coffee, and then they head out. Hit November, we're in the 60s and 70s. This is right after Thanksgiving. Within a week, I went to 178. There was a cold snap with weather. It was the administration standpoint to take emergent action to make sure that people weren't freezing to death. I gave notice as soon as I could to the administration. They said, lay it on the table, work with law, get it done. So I did. There was no pre-planning months in advance to increase capacity. The fact is, the people are there. They need the services and the beds, and I'm begging you to approve it today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this question is specifically for Mayor Bronson. So there is a legal tool that you have that prior administrations, prior mayors have used. For example, there was a veto of state funds that caused a rapid rise in homelessness and a lack of beds, and so the prior mayor, one of the prior mayors, declared a state of emergency. And your homelessness advisor just used the term emergent. Why didn't you declare an emergency at that time?
Thank you, Mr. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for the question. At the end of the day, winter isn't an emergency. Cold weather in Alaska is not an emergency. We had to take quick action to get people, as I stood there in the warming shelter looking at people crowding in, I had to take action. So at the end of the day, I was forced into a moral dilemma, and I chose the one that took the path that protected people in cold weather. Again, cold weather is not an emergency. If we're going to declare an emergency every time there's cold weather, we've got 5 months of emergency every year. So thank you, Madam.
Then I would suggest that next time you take the legal action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I can't take legal action
Mayor
when the
Bronson.
time is emergent to help
Mayor
people.
Bronson, thank you. We are out of time. It is 7:13. We have 1 hour for debate unless it's extended. It has not been extended. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-411 as amended.
Mr. Salt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Redia?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10B7 is approved 10-0. And Ms. Zelatel, if you're listening or in earshot, you can come back in. We will now take up item 10B2, resolution number AR 2022-402, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the temporary delegation of the acting chief financial officer position to Grant Yurtrenka pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code section 3.20.020A.5. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
That's weird, I got popped out.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What rule do you believe has been broken, Mr. Rivera?
I'm not sure so much as a rule as, so I'm just looking at my agenda, and unless I'm looking at the wrong thing, 10B2, this item before us should be 10 Bravo 3, not 10 Bravo 2. So I'm not sure if there's a mismatch between the system and the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We will verify. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. This is in fact item 10B2 AR 2022-402. However, on the printed agenda, it is shown as item 10B3.
I move to approve.
Did you already move?
Yeah, I did.
So a motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would move the administration's amendment, and that is simply amendment number, I guess they made it as amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but it's really the same amendment. It changes the word financial to fiscal. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's all of these, just all at once. Yeah, it's all of LaFrance Amendment 1.
And actually, that is misnamed. It's an amendment from the administration.
Right.
At the request of the administration.
Yep. And so I just keep it simple. They're all the same. It changes the word financial to fiscal in all of those places, in the title, in the first whereas, the next whereas, et cetera. So it's pretty straightforward. This just complies with the org chart, the title.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So Mr. Constant has moved amendment number 1. It has been seconded by Ms. Zelatel. And Ms. Quinn Davidson, you're in the queue for the main motion.
Yes, please.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Mr. Perez-Verdia is excused.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 10-0. Next in the queue on the main motion as amended is Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had the same challenge as Mr. Rivera when I pulled 10B3. I meant it to be this item, so just a note for the next item, we can move and approve it. So my question is, we have a lot of positions that are typically filled that are not under this administration. So we have an acting CFO that's been acting, for 60 days, and they have asked for more time. We have an acting mini attorney who's been acting for a while, and now they've asked for more time. Of course, we all know we have an acting municipal manager now. My question is, why haven't you hired a CFO, and when do you plan to?
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, the job posting for the CFO has been out for quite a while, and it's been boosted multiple times on multiple sites to attract candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment on line 26. I would like to change 90 to 30, so it's no longer than 30 days.
Second.
An amendment has been made by Ms. Zelatel on line 26 to change
90 to 30.
90 to 30.
May I speak to it, Madam Chair?
It's been seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zelatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think somewhat to Ms. Quinn Davidson's point, there are a number of acting positions, and I would like to make sure we're regularly updated on the progress of finding individuals to fill these positions, particularly here with the Chief Financial Officer position. This is such a key position within the municipality. I believe the acting person is doing a good job, and I think we need to really make sure we're fully briefed and staying on top of trying to get this position filled permanently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 10 to 0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-402 as amended.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
AR 2022-402 as amended is approved 10 to 0. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2022-386, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of municipal marijuana retail license number M11731.
Waive reading.
Thank you. To L&J Ventures, Inc., DBA Scorpion Grass. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Chair, we have the same issue with this item. This, in most people's binders, I think is probably 10B4, and but in the OnBase system and online, it's 10B3.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. To go back to the motion to approve was made by Mr. Constant,
Yep.
and the second was Mr. Peterson, and as Mr. Constant noted, this is item 10B3, AR 2022-386. However, in the binder, it shows up as 10B1.
I hope I pulled the right items.
We have a real problem.
And Ms. Quinn Davidson, I believe you spoke to your reason for pulling this item, and it was the numbering, that your intent had been to pull item 10B2.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-386.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
AR 2022-386 is approved 10 to 0. We will go ahead and take a break now. We need to verify the numbers for the items that have been pulled from the consent agenda. So we will go ahead and take the break now. So we're going to get started here in a minute or so after a sound check.
We're going to do a quick sound check. Ms. Quinn Davidson, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
Mr. Solt, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we are going to resume the meeting. I have conferred with the clerk, and the clerk's team reviewed the agenda to confirm that the numbers on the agenda are correct. There was an issue with the numbering for items 10B1, 10B2, and 10B3, but from here on out, the numbering should match. So we now have before us item 10B5, resolution number AR 2022-409, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly determining a vacancy will exist on the Assembly in Seat C for District 2, Chugiak, Eagle River, and Jay Bear. What is the will of the body?
Move to change the order of the day.
But this one we can move. This is,
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
Never mind. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, a motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross. Was that Mr. Cross? And seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross, you pulled this item.
Yes, I'd also like to move proposed amendment, cross amendment number 1 to AR 2022-409.
Second.
Motion has been made to move cross amendment 1 by Mr. Cross. It's been seconded by Mr. Constant. On the amendment, Mr. Cross?
Yes, so this is actually, we'll see another one coming up here. I believe 10B6 is very similar for Mr. Dunbar. But this amendment changes so that if Ms. Allard is not seated in the State House, the appointment process automatically ceases instead of requiring the Assembly to meet to decide. Since both she and Dunbar will be moving on to representatives in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I actually tried to make that argument in the drafting phase of this, and Dean, who's not here right now, wrote it this way. And so I support the amendment, but I would love to have Dean opine if he's around on why it was stated in this way. Just there. 'Cause- Yeah, so I guess I support it. We can vote on it, and then if he raises a concern, we can reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on cross amendment number 1.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 10-0. We now have the main motion before us as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-409 as amended.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10B5 is approved 10-0.
Sure, I'd move to change the order of the day and take up 10B6. Let's do it after the 14s, and if we need to move it forward, we can. So
Second.
after the 14s. Thanks.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to change the order of the day to take up item 10B6 after the 14s. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalato.
If I might, I would amend that, so after the 15s, and then if you don't mind, the seconder, and then that way, if we need to, again, we can change the order and take it up earlier, but we don't have to change the order to take it up later.
And the seconder agrees, Ms. Zalatel? Okay, so the motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 10B6 after the 15s. Seeing no members in the queue, members, or actually, I'm just going to ask for unanimous consent. Is anyone opposed to the motion to change the order of the day? Okay, seeing, hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. We will take up item 10B6 after the 15s. So we now have before us item 10B9.
Move to approve the S version.
Okay, hold on.
sorry.
Resolution number AR 2022-417, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing a 2022 elections questions and records request letter regarding the April 5, 2022 election and directing certain action regarding those requests. What is the will of the body,
Move
Mr.
to
Constant?
approve the S version.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to approve the S version. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
I just urge your support. Can speak to the S version. It just clarifies some language. It's more clear. It states that certain authorized contractors have access to confidential systems, and just really clarifies some grammatical issues.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I was just wondering if the administration had something, if I'm not clear on this, but I just wanted to know if the administration had anything to chime in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mayor Bronson, do you wish to comment on the resolution?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-417S.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
No.
Item 10B9 is approved 9-1. We now have before us item 10D9. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 744-2022, sole source contract for professional services between the Municipality of Anchorage and Denali FSP LLC for the preparation and management of all grant proposals for American Rescue Plan Act funding. What is the will of the body? Ms.
Move to
Zalatel?
postpone to the meeting, first meeting in January.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone item 10D9 to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. In light of the circumstances we've heard from the former municipal manager, any items that I think have been previously, I don't know, we've had previous questions about the appropriation process. This is one of those where we had a number of corrections to a previous item. We now have another item. I would like for us to take a look more closely at these items. I think it's the oversight we're supposed to provide when there are questions about whether or not contracting is occurring in the right manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members. Go ahead, Mr.
Yep,
Constant.
sorry about that. And, you know, this one is a continuation or a new issue of a contract that we have from just over the last several months, had a number of issues with issued, canceled, issued again, not sure what's going on. And so some scrutiny over the entire lifespan of this service contract is warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mayor Bronson?
To the Assembly, just so you know, if this is not passed, we'll be at risk of losing the contractor who does all of our ARPA grants. So because we will not be able to pay him.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wanted to better understand that. So it sounds like from the administration's perspective that we won't be able to pay this individual. And what I wanted to let the body know, though, is that this is something that the Municipal Audit Committee considered, and it is something that is going to be under consideration for the Municipal Audit Plan. That's going to be before us on January 10th. I don't know when Mr. Chadwick may do that audit. I thought I saw him in here earlier. He might have left already. You know, that would be an interesting question for Mr. Chadwick. If there is heightened concerns about this, that perhaps we ask Mr. Chadwick to do this audit earlier in the year rather than later in the year. But for me, what I want to make sure is that we have someone who is meeting all of the federal regulations with those dollars and making sure that we keep those dollars moving through the system. So that is a little bit of a concern of mine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. I'm confused also because the proposal before us, the document, the memo, states that he will be preparing grant proposals. And so I'm trying to grasp and had some questions about what grant proposals need to be drafted at this point. It seems like it's more towards the second half of that, which is the management or the reporting or the compliance, but I'm not aware of any programs that we are applying for ARPA funding to or paying to have him write for our potential grantees that were all funded last year.
Go ahead, Mr. Trombley. Or
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, we're still working our way through the appropriation and getting the grants out. And he has unique expertise in doing that work.
No, absolutely, Mr. Trombley, I 100% agree with that part, and I think that's the management compliance and technical assistance, but the title states preparation of grant proposals. And that part I just can't grasp.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, as we read it, it's the management of all grant proposals.
go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I think that's an accurate statement of fact of what will be happening, but it's not how it reads. And so, but I think if we all agree that it's management, that's fine with me.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. So what is this fund that's listed? The number's broken and there's not a parenthetical explanation underneath. Usually when we get a fund certification, it says exactly what the fund is, not just the number. And then my other question says prepared by mayor's office. We rarely get just a blanket preparation by an office. We usually have a name and a position. So I would like to know who prepared the item.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolatel, I helped prepare the document with advice from MOA Legal.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead. Thank you. But you also approved the document, and this is my concern. This is what I want to get at, is your signature or your on the approved by line, and that's not something we typically see. We see a department head prepare the document. It's approved by somebody in a supervisory capacity, concurrence usually through purchasing, fund certification, and then concurrence by the municipal manager and later submitted by the mayor. And so that's why I've pulled this item and asked for the delay. There's a lot of anomalous items in the fund certification. Are you saying that if we don't approve this tonight, that Mr. Miller will not agree if we approve it on the 10th to continue to work for the municipality?
Through the chair, Ms. Zolatel, I can't speak for Mr. Miller. All I can speak for is the fact that without this contract, he will not get paid for services.
I'd like to go ahead and proceed with a vote on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 744-2022 to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Salt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D9 is approved 7-3. This item will be back before the Assembly at the meeting of January 10. We now have before us item 10D10, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 745-2022, Contract for Proprietary Services with Legislative Consultants, LLC for professional lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 10.
Second for discussion.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zolotel to postpone item 10D10 to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Volan. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, like the last, the prepared by, the approved, and the fund certification aren't in the normal ways that we typically see them. And there had been some previous questions raised around this particular contract for services. Additionally, there's a typo in line 11. It should read 2023, not 20D23. So I think we need time to figure out why this item and the other item are prepared in this way and give an opportunity perhaps for corrected items to be brought forward.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 745-2022 to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Salt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D10 to the meeting of January 10 is approved 7-3. We now have before us item 10D13, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 750-2022, Senior Citizens Advisory Commission Appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item again to the meeting of the 10th of January. Like the next three items. And then a couple more items down are appointments that we are still in the process of setting up a time to collaborate between Assembly leadership and the administration to sort out some of the inconsistencies that we continue to find, in particular of interest to the items that were introduced on the addendum, which we'll come to later. I guess I'll talk to those then. So I just ask that these items, the next several items, be postponed.
Is there a second on the motion to postpone item 10D13 to the meeting of January 10?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Any discussion? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as you can tell, I've been reluctant to postpone items unless I get a really clear, strong understanding. So I haven't heard that yet. So I'm wondering if the mover can really clearly and logically spell out why it would be beneficial to the municipality and to the process of this body for us to postpone this.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll pull up the file and read the details for you. And I can do this for each of them. I just don't have the item open. There it is. So for this item, again, this is 10D13. They did not, on this one, provide for us which seat the individuals are going into, and so we cannot tell which term they're supposed to be filling. And so then we can't tell if they're properly positioned in a term that's vacant, or if somehow somebody's been invited to leave and is being filled. And in fact, previous memorandums from the administration had more information. After the last meeting, we said we have some information we need. These are being provided with less information.
Madam Chair, may I do a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So is it, just so I can get this one and done, would you say that that same argument applies, that there are errors or inconsistencies in all of the other various board and commission appointments that we have before us today?
But not all of them, many of them, and I won't suggest that all of them have errors. A whole set of them have not enough information for us to make a reasonable decision to know, right? So I wouldn't say that's an error, it's maybe an oversight. And then there are still ones that we'll have in the 11s, not the executive appointments. We don't have any problem, I think, with those, but the boards and commissions that were postponed that do have some errors. And I can point to each of them. If you'd like to see that, I could forward to the clerk, who could forward to members. They could see this table themselves. There's a lot.
Thank you. I think for my part, I think that assuages my concern, particularly with boards and commissions. I think it's important that we do get it right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I will offer again that this is not something that we point to the administration to say that this error comes from them. This is at least 3 or 4 administrations back that we've done our research, and we haven't come to terms yet between the branches how to quite square these things, but we're getting close.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next in the queue is Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After our meeting this morning, we addressed these issues with Bryce. So as he manages that rather large project, I'd like him to comment on that, on what we came up with after we met.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you. Through the chair to the members who have spoken, Mr. Rivera and Mr. Constant. We really appreciate, honestly, feedback, and we are trying to work through these errors. And as you know, over the last year since I took over boards and commissions from Ms. Williams previously, have only made a dent in really the amount of errors there are in some of these documents. A lot of the problem really comes from the fact that the records are not consistent across the last 10 to 15 years. And it's really hard to track. So yes, I did receive the table. Thank you from the clerk's office for putting that together. However, even I noticed some inconsistencies within the table itself where I would disagree with the terms as is. With that said, additionally, to kind of reference the seat numbers specifically, all appointments prior to the Bronson administration were made without seat numbers. Every single one. So this is not new to not have the seats. I understand that might be confusing to some assembly members, and it seems to be causing some confusion as you are pointing out the inconsistencies in the boards and commissions. With that said, we decided to remove seat numbers in the interim here as it proves to be confusing to some members. So with that said, I find it a bit difficult to believe that some reasonable appointments can't be made, especially on some of our more advisory commissions, such as the Senior Citizens Advisory Commission and 10D14 tonight, the Military and Veterans Affairs Commission. Both of these are advisory, same with the Youth Advisory Commission. So I would just ask the Assembly, we're going to reach a point here to where we will not have members on our boards and commissions, and we're just trying to serve the public reasonably. Most of these members are volunteers, and they get frustrated, and we have to remind them constantly that the Assembly has postponed and delayed some of these appointments. We're doing our best to try to uncover these, so appreciate your patience while we do that, and thank you. Happy to have a meeting to work this out.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. And we had a discussion today, and we're in draft phase of an ordinance that will establish what information should be sent forward in a memorandum of appointment. So everybody's really clear across the board. And so that project is underway, and we look forward to figuring out the first maybe 10 days of January and a way to work through this, and grateful for the administration's willingness.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Colhase, on behalf of the mayor? No? Okay. Nope, it's out of the queue now.
I apologize, Ms. Flannery. That's actually guest 2 is this computer, I believe. I'm not sure what you're logged in as right now, Mr. Colhase. So, okay, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of January 10, item 10D13.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion is approved 9-1. This item will be back before the Assembly at the meeting of January 10. We now have before us item 10D14, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 753-2022, Military and Veterans Affairs Commission appointment. What is the will of the body?
Same motion to postpone to the 10th of January.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 10D14 to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Same argument.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Assembly guest 2 is Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, administration urges a no vote on this. All terms on the Military and Veterans Affairs Commission are 1 year, and since there are 3 vacancies available on the board currently, the appointment to this would be legal, falling within Title IV, and should be made in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I thought we went through this commission, I believe, the first year of the appointment is 1 year, and every other year subsequent is a full appointment. And so there's some gray in this language, but these appointments I don't believe are 1 year. Reappointments will be for a full term. And so this again gets us to the point where we have some very interesting conversations we need to have. Are we appointing new people on seats that are actually full, that were appointed to somebody who had 3 years after a 1 year term they served their first year? And there's even question about should we adjust that 1 year, because it doesn't make any darn sense. And so for those reasons, again, there's a conversation we need to have.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Yeah.
Seeing no other members.
May I follow up, Mr. France?
Go ahead, Mr. Wilbanks.
Yes, this is not a reappointment for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10D14 to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Solt?
No?
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, no.
The motion to postpone AM 753-2022 to the meeting of January 10 is approved 8-2.
I need to fix that. No, it's right. No, also voted yes. She changed her vote to no. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you vote yes or no?
I voted no because I thought Mr. Wilbanks was urging us to vote no. So, yeah, no is fine.
The motion to postpone item 10D14 to the meeting of January 10 is approved 8-2. We now have before us item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 754-2022, Youth Advisory Commission appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to the 10th of January.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Same argument, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the second was Mr. Voland. Any discussion?
Yes.
Seeing no member, go ahead, Mr. Cross.
The Youth Advisory Commission, I wasn't aware that there was any complications with that one. Didn't he speak specifics as to why we can't appoint this one? As far as I understood, because they're within the administration, but I wasn't aware that there was any errors as far as that appointment in those dates.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. For this appointment, again, as we have come accustomed to and not been confused by, there has been a seat listed, and these ones there's no seat provided, so it makes it pretty hard for us to determine what the actual term is. And so this is one that falls squarely into the same category.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any follow-up, Mr. Cross? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 754-2022 to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D15 to the meeting of January 10 is approved 8-10. We now have before us item 10D20, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 765-2022, Sole Source Contract Amendment 1 with Henning Inc. for emergency non-congregate sheltering services at the Alex Hotel and Suites.
Madam Chair, before we proceed, I'd like to make a disclosure on this and item T10 Delta 22.
Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Zolotel.
As the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, myself and organization have engaged in activities in my professional capacity that prevent me from being impartial on the contract amendments before us in items 10D20 and 10D22, and I have consulted with counsel, and she concurs there is likely a conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Do members have any questions for Ms. Zolotel regarding the disclosure she has made about items 10D20 and items 10D22? Seeing no members in the queue, it is the ruling of the chair that Ms. Zolotel has a conflict for both of these items, 10D20 and 10D22, and is excused. And we are on item 10D20. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things. First is members should have received in their email, and then hopefully very soon you will receive, for folks on the dais, a paper copy of a resolution. And the resolution speaks to setting a policy of food service level at all of our emergency shelter locations. We're not ready really to amend this contract amendment to deal with that, and I'll speak to that a little bit later. But I just wanted to put that on folks' radar, that is an issue that I know we've talked about a bit in the Housing and Homelessness Committee, has been an issue raised by community members, and something that I hope to address in a separate policy resolution, which I believe was just handed out now. So we'll get to that later. I did have a question, though, since this is the first of these. The question I have, Madam Chair, if you will permit it, is around our emergency shelter plan as a whole and not specific to this item. May I ask that question?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. So the question that I have has to deal with something that we don't see before us, which is a contract amendment to extend emergency shelter services at Covenant House. So as folks may remember, our emergency shelter plan included a variety of different planks. One of them was providing emergency shelter for youth and transitional age youth at 18 to 24 years of age, and Covenant House provides that. So as I understand it, there was perhaps some confusion, miscommunication, I don't know exactly how to label it, that led to that contract amendment not coming before us today. So I guess my question to the administration is, do they plan on bringing that contract amendment before us for consideration at our next assembly meeting?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, there was some confusion as when we got the scope of work from Covenant House initially to cover this into the new year, and then we had found out today or late yesterday that was not actually what you had intended for that appropriation. And so we're working through that process now. To speak on if it's coming forward at the next assembly meeting, I'm still in the internal process for that.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I'm not sure if I can get the executive director of Covenant House to join us at this meeting, but I think it would have a very much negative impact on our community if those current beds made available in the gym at Covenant House can no longer operate. We have transitional age youth, 18 to 24, who are using those facilities. And so, in the spirit of making sure that we're not kicking people out of beds, I hope that the administration will bring that forward in January. Thanks.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, as you know, we do not have proper funding for emergency cold weather sheltering into the new year. We're still trying to find funding, so it was kind of sprung on us last minute that the funding that was taken from our operating budget for 2023 or through alcohol tax was not the intended use. It kind of put us in a little bit of a pickle to try and find new funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yes, when I see these come through, each time I look at this, it breaks my heart. The amount of money we have going towards helping these individuals in need, and yet oddly, individuals, and as Felix says, individuals 18 to 24, but under 18, we are sadly missing. Every homeless person on the street is a victim of childhood trauma or some sort of tragedy or a family of substance abuse, and we continue to throw money at the symptom but not the cause. If we are not serious and intentional about helping the children in our foster care system who are in traumatized homes, there are over 3,000 children without homes in our foster care system. And because they're minors and because the system protects their identity, they are the unknown victims. And if we don't start being really intentional with these millions of dollars we start spending out, we will be dealing with this problem forever if we don't get to the cause and help traumatized children. I wish we'd quit spending money on advertising and telling people what a good job we do and look at this and advertise this program and help these poor children, because I see it and I'm involved with it and it breaks my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 765-2022.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes. Yes.
Item 10D20 is approved 9-0. We now have before us item 10D22. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 767-2022, Sole Source Contract Amendment 2 with Henning Inc. for emergency congregate sheltering services at the Sullivan Arena. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera. It's been seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for the administration on the dollar figure, because I have to be honest, we are either getting one heck of a deal or we are significantly underfunding this service. So as folks can see here, the original contract was $1.5 million to shelter up to 200 individuals at the Sullivan Arena. Now we've increased that to 360 individuals, and now this contract is just a little over $1 million. Please, someone tell me how that makes sense.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I just need about 5-10 minutes to confirm this.
To confirm what
This
exactly?
this number, this 1.08.
Okay, thank you. Then I would suggest we don't vote until we have that.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Is it the intent to vote to pull this item on the table that you just laid on the table?
Yes.
So while we wait and while Ms. Zalatel is out, why don't we see about getting this on the table?
Sure, thank you. If I may, Madam Chair. So then I will go ahead and move to lay on the table, if that's the appropriate motion, this unnumbered AR. I'll read the title. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a policy for food services at all emergency shelter locations provided for by the municipality.
And to be on the safe side, could we get a motion to suspend the rules?
Change the order. Let's just-
Sorry, everybody, we're trying to figure out the procedural steps as we're in the middle of an item and haven't dispensed with it, and we have another item that's a resolution to be laid on the table. So I'm proposing that, as we have done sometimes in the past with items we can't act on because we're waiting for information, or an amendment, is to set that aside and go to Mr. Rivera for a motion to incorporate the item and lay it on the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move to incorporate the unnumbered AR and to lay the unnumbered AR onto the table.
Second.
If I may speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Rivera, and the second was Mr. Peterson, is that correct? Go ahead, Mr. Rivera, on the motion to incorporate and lay on the table.
Thank you. Yeah, my apologies to my colleagues. I know this, is something that is frowned upon largely, so apologies that this is coming last minute. I originally had planned on amending the contract amendments we have before us tonight with dollar figures, but I never was able to get that information, so I didn't want to just throw a random dollar figure onto these contract amendments. I really want us to be smart and wise. My next tactic was to add some policy language into those contract amendments, very similar to the policy language that you see in this resolution. But I was told that I shouldn't do that it's not appropriate to do policy intent in contract amendments. So here we are with this policy resolution. This resolution is timely as we have the other contract amendments before us tonight. We've already approved one and we have another one before us. And we should, as a body, set this policy in tandem with the other items to ensure that we provide adequate food service levels for people staying at emergency shelter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the motion to incorporate and lay the unnumbered resolution on the table? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stoltz, on the motion to lay this item on the table?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to incorporate and lay on the table the unnumbered resolution is approved 9-0. Did you want to check back with Ms. Johnson?
I don't think she's in the room right now, so I think she's working with Ms. Rash likely. So we just laid the item on the table. Did we want to go through the motion to approve it now, or did you want to do that later, Madam Chair?
So this would be item 10D31. And I believe we would need a motion.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. Wouldn't this be a 10 Bravo item? Not to be persnickety. Because this is a policy resolution.
Yes, it would be 10 Bravo, B31. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Oh, it would be 10 B10. Okay. 10 Bravo 10. And I believe we would need a motion to change the order of the day if you wish to move it.
If that's what you would like me to do, and is that okay for me to do right now since we're waiting? Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to change the order of the day to take this item up, and then hopefully after this item, we'll go back to the previous item, 10D22.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. And I believe you've already spoken to the urgency. Did you want to say anything else? Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up the unnumbered resolution now. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So now I think it's appropriate for me to make a motion to approve the unnumbered AR.
Second. It's numbered now.
Oh, that's true. Well, we have an item number. If I may speak to my motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you'll see what this resolution does is it seeks to try to have some consistency among all of the various emergency shelter locations as outlined in 16.120. So basically all the locations in the emergency shelter plan to make sure that they provide a minimum level of food service. And also within this resolution, it talks about the warming area and that there is also sort of in tandem with the recommendations that we saw from the emergency shelter task force, that there is also a minimum level of food service in the warming area. I know there have been concerns raised from the administration about waste, and as from what I understand, this is sort of very recent, but the administration is having conversations with Beans Cafe and with other organizations to see what they can do to reduce to reduce waste, but to ensure that there is that minimum level of food security and food service at all of these locations. So from my perspective, I think this is important policy for us to have both now and into the future, and this requests that if there's additional funds that need to be used to enact this, implement this policy, that the administration comes forward with a request to us in January. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I have Mr. Cross in the queue. However, I have been reminded that Ms. Zalatel was excused for items 10D20 and 10D22, and in order to determine if she has a conflict on this item, she would need to see it and review it with council, and as this item has been laid on the table, she has not had that opportunity to do that yet. So I think we're going to have to set this one aside for now as well. And Mr. Cross, you were in the queue. Sorry, here.
I was just I had some questions for Felix regarding this one, but
Okay.
if we're going to postpone till May can come back, then I'll just wait.
I think we can
When we all
just
vote on it.
go back to 10D22.
Yeah, because she'll probably have some questions as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a point of information, Alexis Johnson's back in the room. I think she's prepared to testify, if that'll help you. It's your...
Yes, Ms. Johnson, if you could answer some questions or the questions that Mr. Rivera had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, we're going to send someone out with the resolution for you. Can someone from the clerk's office, you have it? We are not on that now. We went back to 22 so you can review it. Sorry, Ms. Zalatel.
Sorry, Ms. Zalatel. Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, so I did confirm the 1.08 is actually for 150, not including the 50 surge. I do have the cost for the 200, but I think the recommendation would be for, because this is fund certified, would be to pass this and then to bring an amendment forward. This is for the full 17 weeks in 2023.
Thanks. So if I may, Madam Chair, so you're going to be bringing forward, I assume it's going to be amendment number 3, and amendment number 3 will ensure that there's funding for this for 360, because I think I heard you say 200. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Rivera, the number that you're seeing on the screen, the 1.08, is for 150. It's about 1.3 for the 200, and then it will be bringing another one forward for the remainder, which goes up to 1.82 for the 360. To discuss your original point that we're getting a very good deal, I want to proudly say that we actually sheltered 200 people well under the 1.5 that was first appropriated.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, with that, then I'm fine with approving this as it is written, and then look forward to the contract amendment sometime in January. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 767-2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10D22 is approved 9-0. So we will now go back to the resolution that was laid on the table, and we will call Ms. Zalatel back in. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Mr. Gates for providing me the laid-on-the-table resolution. This resolution appears to be a policy statement talking about emergency shelter task force recommendations. On previous items, when there was the emergency cold weather shelter task force, I disclosed while the coalition convenes the task force makes its own decisions based on consensus. And at that time, it was found I didn't have a conflict with regard to the emergency cold weather shelter task force. I believe that is still the case here. However, it'll be up to the members of the body and the chair to determine if there's a conflict based on the role the coalition plays in convening that task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. As this item has just been laid on the table, I will go through the questions, and then if members have any questions, they can ask them after. So the questions are to determine if Assemblymember Zalatel has a substantial financial or private interest in this matter, this resolution before the Assembly. Ms. Zalatel, is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No, Madam Chair, there is no monetary interest by the coalition or myself in this resolution.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No, there is no financial interest.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
There is no financial interest.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
There is no financial interest.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
Yep, there is no financial interest by the coalition or myself in this item.
Are there any other factors that might be deemed appropriate under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action?
There appears to be nothing within this resolution that would direct the actions of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness or provide resources to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Do members have questions for Ms. Zalatel on her disclosure? And Mr. Cross, you're in the queue for something else? Got it. Thank you. It is the ruling of the chair, Ms. Zalatel, that you do not have a conflict of interest and may participate in this item. So we are now back on item 10B10, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a policy for food services at all emergency shelter locations provided for by the municipality. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I understand the intent here and support the intent. I just don't like that we're mandating that they provide 3 meals a day. I mean, that it's a struggle for our schools just to provide warm lunches to our students, you know, and now we're saying at the homeless shelters with varying people. I don't see an effective way. I guess what I'm coming down to is we are hiring these people at no small sum to manage these facilities. And I would anticipate, knowing their crowd, knowing the flux in and out, that they would have the best grasp on how to provide the most amount of food for the most amount of people they can without a profound amount of waste or inefficiencies trying to dictate to a schedule. And so I would just say I would rely more upon the managers. And if they can do 3 meals a day, I would think that they would, or why would they intentionally not feed people 3 meals a day? I mean, if they're being managed for it. So again, I'm hesitant on this just because I have a feeling that we need to trust the individuals that are there dealing with the people directly. And if they have the capability to do so, there's nothing preventing them currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed it, but I'm curious, has the need been established for 3 meals a day? I seem to remember at a previous meeting someone stating that there was an excess of meals and that food was being thrown out. I just want to kind of get clarification on that the need exists. I'm not necessarily against it, just want to make sure we're being good fiduciaries.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Johnson is coming forward to the podium.
Through the chair to Mr. Solt, we had heard from providers at the Aviator that when they were at 3 square meals a day, they were having excessive food waste. And so we went down to 2 meals with the option for snack, and that seems to be working at the Sullivan, the Alex, and the Aviator. We had heard some complaints about people in the warming area not being fed, and I think with the vote today to increase capacity to 360 at the Sullivan Arena, those quarrels will be alleviated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Solt, any follow-up?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way I read this is that the minimum food service level of 3 meals a day to include breakfast, lunch, and dinner still provides the flexibility for the shelter manager to order meals from a meal provider in a way that can be responsive to both census and demand. I don't see it as if the shelter is at a census of 200, that 200 breakfast, lunch, and dinner need to show up, but that the census and the demand for those meals would drive the order, but that the availability of a breakfast, lunch, and dinner be available to those who so desire to partake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was for Alexis to speak. Thanks.
Through the chair to Ms. Zalatel, right now at the Sullivan, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, just a follow-up, Ms. Zalatel. Can you qualify what a difference between a snack and a meal is? I mean, could they just provide snacks and call that a lunch if it was a prepackaged? I mean, I guess what qualifies as a meal? How does that drive policy?
So I think the best person to ask would be one of the food providers that actually provide this food, such as Beans Cafe. Usually they abide by USDA guidelines. I'm not saying the amount of food, I'm saying if you know that you have 40 clients who never eat breakfast, and they say they don't want breakfast, then don't order breakfast for those 40 clients. I'm saying that's the way and that's part of the flexibility, but to follow the general nutrition standards that these providers, these meal providers use, I think is quite reasonable. We want people that have access to adequate nutrition.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve 10B10.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10B10 is approved 9-1. We are now back on the consent agenda, and we now have before us item 10D23, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 759-2022, Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to the 10th of January for the same reasons previously discussed.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 10D23 to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Assembly Guest 2, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, administration would actually like to request this one get postponed indefinitely. We're going to propose a new one with the attendance records and other information attached if the mover is amenable to that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I would amend my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Does the second concur? Mr. Rivera agrees. The motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely item 10D23. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 759-2022 indefinitely.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10D23 has been postponed indefinitely by a vote of 10-0. We now have before us item 10D24, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 769-2022, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to the 10th of January.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant,
Same reasons.
is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10D24 to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D24, AM 769-2022 to the meeting of January 10 is approved by a vote of 10-0. We now have before us item 10D25, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 770-2022, Budget Advisory Commission appointment. What is the will of the body?
Motion to approve?
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Solt. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Solt?
Yes, Madam Chair, I've been asked to move this appointment forward to fill a seat on the Budget Advisory Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have pulled this on previous meetings and have not moved it, and apparently one of our colleagues has been asked to do so. If you search through your email, so this name, when it came before us, I don't know this gentleman, but the name seemed a little familiar, and I searched back through our emails, and I found some pretty unprofessional and frankly pretty gross verbiage directed towards this body and one member in particular. and I cannot support that kind of behavior on the Budget Advisory Commission. It's one of our most important commissions, and frankly, any commission. So I'll be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 770-2022.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion to approve item 10D25 fails 2-8. We now have before us item 10D27, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 772-2022, sole source purchase order with AWE Acquisitions, Inc. for children's early learning stations. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, you pulled this item.
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if we had a representative from the library who could come and talk with us a little bit about this, particularly why the sole source nature of the product. I don't know if it has some very particular proprietary use or typically we see bids for these types of things. Thank you.
Through the chair to Assemblywoman Zalatel, this is a unique product. There's not a competitor on the market. It is a children's computer. It is a closed system that has preloaded software. We are replacing current computers that are about 9 years old and are our most highly used computers in the library. We are replacing them with content from about preschool through 6th grade. And as I said, there is just not another competitor on the market for this.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 772-2022.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10D27 is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 10E7. Resolution number AR 2022-395, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $400,000 as a transfer from the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Anchorage Police Department, for the Elmore facility remodel. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this item just because we haven't heard an update that I'm aware of recently about this construction, and so I was hoping the administration could provide that update. Of course, knowing that Ms. Dombowski is no longer here, I don't know if anyone's prepared to do that, but in order to feel comfortable voting on this, I'd like to hear a little bit of an update about the construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Chief Curl is here.
Through the chair to Ms. Quinn Davidson. So our Elmore project, there's 3 phases, phase 1 and 2. Our phase 1 is complete, phase 2 is 99% complete. We're waiting for some checkoffs. Phase 3 will be delayed. We're waiting on supplies to come in. And this $400,000 gives us a contingency fund so that just in case we tear down some more walls, we might discover some change orders that might be needed. But we expect to have everything complete. The property and evidence section will be moved over. Our drug unit will be moved over. The second floor is complete where we have records. They're already back in there. Supplies should be moved over by the end of this year. So we're 92% complete. We have 7% left, and most of that is just destruction. So we're doing really well, and this $400,000 gives us a contingency just in case we run into some issues down the road.
Thank you, Chief Curl. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any follow-up?
No, that's helpful, Chief Curl, and I guess I'd just say that the AM that was submitted didn't have any of that information. It was just 2 sentences. So in the future, if you could just include that information in the AM, I wouldn't have to pull the item. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief Curl. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-395.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10E7 is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 10E10, resolution number AR 2022-415, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating an amount not to exceed $50,000 from the Anchorage Health Department to the Legislative Branch operating budget, all within the area-wide general fund, and approving a sole source grant agreement with Anchorage School District to be used for services related to the ASD 2023 budget and bond process. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just couldn't, there was an AM here with a little bit more information, which I appreciate, but I couldn't fully understand the purpose of this, and it seems a little unusual to grant money for ASB within our budget for this purpose. So if the sponsors could just describe it a little more, I think I'll probably be fine with it, but I would appreciate a little more information.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. This is unusual, and it's an unusual budget year for the Anchorage School District. In the recent work session we had with the school district as well as the joint meeting, I've expressed my a bit of frustration at not being clear on the process that the school district was engaging in with regard to making such a large cut to its budget. And I think our emails reflected similar frustration with the process. But that was the district's process. Now the school board is set to engage in its process for the budget with a proposed budget soon from the administration. And this is to support the school board, much like when we hire a consultant for ourselves when we have to engage in either a complex matter like the Port of Alaska, or we have to deal with a large sum of money like ARPA funds. So it's providing those same types of resources with the end goal of hopefully seeing a process that is transparent, community-minded, that we can rely on so that when the budget comes before us, we have a very limited role, but we know that a robust process has occurred to get to whatever the decision may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful, Ms. Zalatel. I guess my next question I want to be, why doesn't ASD pay for this out of its budget? But I think I know the answer, which is that it puts every cent it can toward educating kids in the classroom, and the idea here is that we're trying to not pull from that. Is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, that is correct, and this request was put forward with the concurrence of the school board leadership.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do, Assemblymember Osquin-Davis, on this issue. This seems awful strange that an entity that has nearly $300 million more than we do as an annual budget is asking for such a small amount. It seems awkward. I'm just curious who on the school district or who on the school board requested this money? What was that process?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. As I said, this was done in concurrence with the school board leadership.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
Follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
So did the school district request this?
No, this is set to support the school board in its decision-making process after the district proposes its budget. The school district did work with Mr. Gates and myself around the funding and funding limitations by the municipality to make sure we didn't violate any caps or other restrictions we have for providing funding to the school district.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-415.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Item 10E10 is approved 10-0. The next item on the consent agenda is an item for introduction. It is item 10G9. Ordinance number AO 2022-119. An ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters residing within the proposed Anchorage Bowl Chugach State Park Access Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 4, 2023, a ballot proposition to create the ABC SPASA and to amend sections of the Anchorage Municipal Code to conform to the results of the election. It is the intent of the sponsors not to move this item for introduction until a later date. So that almost concludes our consent agenda. We will come back to item 10B6 after we complete the 15s. And so now we will move on to item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 567-2022, Geotechnical Advisory Commission appointments. Action was postponed from the meeting of October 11, 2022. No motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why these aren't also being delayed because it doesn't have a seat number and it looks to fall in lines with the others.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. The Vice Chair, did you want to address the question?
This one is a continued item. It certainly could have those concerns, and I think other members have other opinions. It has the seats and the dates, and it's been around for months, October. Ms. LaFrance.
Or did you have any follow-up, Mr. Cross? No, thank you.
Ms. LaFrance recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to say thanks to the nominees for their willingness to serve. However, I urge a no vote on this item. We held a work session with the Geotechnical Advisory Commission members on December 2nd. At the work session, we heard that to be a qualified geotechnical professional, formal education such as a master's degree combined with years of experience is typical. The resumes of the three nominees don't demonstrate any geotechnical engineering experience. This is a technical commission where qualifications are critical because the commission advises the mayor and the assembly on geohazards such as earthquakes, avalanches, landslides, and advises on risk mitigation and seismic design standards for major infrastructure like the Port of Alaska. This is a life safety issue. There were other more qualified applicants, and it is the responsibility of the assembly to ensure that nominees, particularly for a technical commission such as this one, are appropriately qualified.
I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Seeing no other members in the queue, Mr. Rivera? No, okay. People pop up and pop off. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 567-2022.
Mr. Stolt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you there?
The motion fails 1-8. We now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 678-2022, Plating Board Appointment. Action was postponed from the meeting of November 22, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. Action was postponed from December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending.
I would move to postpone this one to the 10th of January for the same reason as previously stated. This one was an interesting one because there was a determination.
I will second the motion.
Oh, sorry.
So a motion has been
Thank
made
you.
by Mr. Constant to postpone item 11B to the meeting of January 10. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And this one, it appears that the seat isn't vacant. There was an argument made that the individual has a conflict because she's a developer in plating, but that's not rationale enough, certainly not to remove an individual. If the individual wanted to voluntarily leave, it is their right. And so the term also needs to be corrected according to our records. So this just gets us back to the same conversation that we had previously, which is why it's in the 11th now. We just haven't had a chance to come to a meeting of the minds.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Wilbanks?
Thank you, Mr. France. Through the chair, so to Mr. Constant, on your point on this one, I'd work directly with our planning and our planning department to try to understand, with the spreadsheet that the Assembly had sent over regarding these terms. And Mr. Ritt's term did expire in 2022, and you might recall back in October, November, that we had presented a new Assembly memorandum to reappoint Ms. Ritz again for another term. For other reasons I won't go into here, that was postponed indefinitely. So that seat is currently vacant. And so confirming with planning for the last 15 years, this seat has been confirmed to have an expiration date of 2025. So I'm failing to understand exactly what the, problem on the AM that would lead to another postponement of this appointee who's been with us since October. Thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I have not personally reviewed the background documents, the memorandums. We have a file with all of these memorandums as backup, and which gets to the point of why we wanted to meet and talked about it 2 weeks ago, because we need to go over all of these records to get everybody on the same page. And now I do recall the conversation about the individual, which is separate from the issue of the dates, and so, which is also on the table. So I'm not sure what the body wants to do, but this one is another one that there are just questions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So there is a motion to postpone this item to January 10 on the floor. Do members have any further comments or discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Wilbanks.
Very shortly, Mr. France, thank you. As additional note, the planning board is reaching a point where if we do not start filling these seats, we're going to have quorum issues and no cases will be heard. I assure you that I have quadruple checked this one with our planning department, and the dates are perfectly aligned. And so I really urge a yes to approval, no to postponement on this vote in order to ensure that planning board can still hear cases and that we can get people appointed. We're reaching point critical.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 11B to the meeting of January 10.
Mr. Salt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of January 10 fails 2-8. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This board definitely needs to have enough members to have a quorum when they meet, and so I think so. Let's go ahead and pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 678-2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11B is approved 9-1. We now have before us item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 693-2022, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing for Virginia McClure, Library Director. Action was postponed from the meeting of December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Voland and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. I'm just impressed by the wealth of experience of the candidate and also her answers in our confirmation hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a really great confirmation hearing for Ms. McClure last week, and I'm definitely looking forward to supporting this tonight and working with Ms. McClure so we can begin stabilizing our libraries. And I appreciate the administration bringing forward someone eminently qualified for this position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. We've been waiting for you for 18 months, and I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 693-2022.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11C is approved 10-0. Congratulations and welcome. We now have before us item 11D, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 694-2022, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing for Kent Colhase, Director of Public Works. Action was postponed from the meeting of December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 24th.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone to the meeting of January 24. It has been seconded by Mr. Voland. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I postponed this given Mr. Colhase's acting role here tonight so that we have time to learn what the plan is moving forward. And it's my intention also to postpone the next item as well for 30 days so that we can get a better sense of what the executive organization will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone to the meeting of January 24?
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I was worried I might not get in the queue if I tried texting. May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, why wouldn't we just approve them tonight, and then should the positions change, come back again. Can you kind of talk me through your rationale for wanting to postpone instead?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Because I don't feel comfortable confirming someone who's in a different acting role in this moment. I, in fact, don't know what that means to be confirmed in one role and then acting in another, just the logistics of that. And then just the two together, we've known previously when the municipal manager was away that Mr. Wilbur held the signatory authority, so I'm not clear on the path forward, and I don't feel comfortable voting for confirmation for positions simply because they're before us if it's not the intention for them to be filled by these individuals on an ongoing basis. I think we need some stability and permanency in the administration, and right now I don't think we would have that even with passing these items. Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to note, I'll support the motion to postpone, but we had a confirmation hearing on Friday, and many of us worked with Mr. Colhase for years, and I have absolutely no reservations supporting your confirmation as Director of Public Works, but I think Ms. Zalatel raises a good point about you being in an acting role right now as the administration adjusts to the recent change. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also have no reservations about you getting Mr. Colhase, and the reservations I have arise around, we met on Friday, like 5 days ago, in an earnest conversation about your qualifications and readiness for the position of the Works Director. And it turned out that there's a pretty robust and flaming conversation in the community of something that happened last Monday, a week ago, that apparently caused some set of actions. But we had the municipal manager presenting you, who was Amy Demboski at the time, last Friday, like 4 days ago, or 5 days ago. And so I am uncomfortable having just had a conversation with you about the Public Works position to take action with this when everything has been rapidly pivoted with no real notice. And so I think a little breathing room is good. I have no reason not to vote for you, but for a little bit more time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 694-2022 to the meeting of January 24.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11D is postponed to the meeting of January 24 with a vote of 10-0. We now have before us item 11E, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 695-2022, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing for Lance Wilbur, Director of Office of Economic and Community Development. Action was postponed from the meeting of December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of January 24.
Is there a second?
Second for purposes of discussion.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone item 11E to the meeting of January 24. It's been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I alluded to in the previous item, Mr. Wilbur has often held the signatory authority of the municipal manager when the municipal manager has been unavailable and on vacation. That, to me, leads me to a reasonable belief that he could potentially be a replacement municipal manager. I don't think we should have that discussion tonight, but just for the reasons of uncertainty with Mr. Colhase in the acting position, I think we should give the administration time to adjust and decide what their plan is moving forward, unless they would like to tell us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next is Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the last suggestion that Ms. Alto made is a good one. If the administration would like to tell us what their plans are for this position, that would certainly be welcome. That being said, I think that I'm comfortable confirming Mr. Wilbur tonight. And, you know, if the administration decides to go forward with someone else in the acting position, or Mr. Wilbur in the acting position for a number of weeks or months following the first of the year, that's fine. I believe Mr. Wilbur is currently out of the office or perhaps out of state. And I think he would be a really strong candidate for municipal manager as well. But for now, this is what's before us. I'm comfortable voting on this tonight. And I don't think it would be too difficult to come back if there is a personnel change in January, although, to be fair, I won't be here for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also confident confirming Mr. Wilbur tonight for this role, and given his previous experience, I think he would excel in just about any role in the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I backed you up with the second, Ms. Alatel, but I won't be able to with the motion. I think it's just, the rationale is just a little bit too speculative for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague's perspective, and I support Mr. Wilbur's confirmation and support Mr. Colhase's confirmation in those roles. I think it's feeling a little bit like a juggling act to keep track of who's acting and who's being confirmed, and then just to shift it all again. That's why I wanted to create this space. So it looks like the motion to postpone will probably not prevail. If it doesn't, I'm happy to confirm Mr. Wilbur in this position. I would just say we have passed an ordinance with limits on the amount of time for acting. It's a lot of work to make sure we're tracking that consistently. We've had several acting positions be asked to be extended. So I think we just need to be mindful that when we appoint someone into a position and they might just then move into an acting position, it's more uncertainty for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 695-2022 to the meeting of January 24.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion to postpone item 11E fails 3-7. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Constant?
Mr. Wilbur is the most qualified individual in the municipal employment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 695-2022.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 11E is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 11F, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 706-2022, Sister Cities Commission appointment. Action was postponed from the meeting of December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
I hate to be a broken record, but I move to postpone this item to the 10th of January.
Second.
A motion to postpone 11F to the meeting of January 10 has been made by Mr. Constant. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, anything further?
I'm just looking for the specific record here. It appears that this item is filling a vacant term that should end 10/14/2024, not run through 10/14/2025. Again, different sets of records might show different facts, and that's why a meeting of the minds is important.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. On behalf of the mayor, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, Mr. French. Through the chair on that. Yes, we did notice there actually is a typo on this one. It states seat 14 as opposed to seat 4, which would have the expiration 2025. I think this just, again, kind of shows, I guess, why prior administrations didn't include seat numbers, as kind of leads to messes such as this, as, Title IV is still being followed with the appointment regardless of the seats. It's for clerical purposes. But if a floor amendment, I could offer a floor amendment or a request a floor amendment specifically to remove 1 and change it to seat 4. It should resolve the concern presented by Mr. Constant.
If I may, Madam Chair, why
Go
don't
ahead,
we
Mr. Constant.
come back to that, proceed on to another item. We'll do a quick bit of review, and if the records show that that's the case, then we'll concur.
Thank you, Mr.
But the goal, though, is to get this lined up so we don't do it on the dais. That's the goal.
So we'll move on and come back to this item. We will move on to item 11G. We now have before us ordinance number AO 2022-105, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requiring assembly approval of payments pursuant to a legal settlement or otherwise for supplies, services, professional services, or construction that were not provided or performed in accordance with Anchorage Municipal Code 7.15.040, assembly approval of contracts. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of December 6, 2022. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel. It has been seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not my ordinance, but as I've had a chance to review it, it seems like a reasonable way forward when we learn that there are contracts or supplies that move forward without our approval. The way it stands now, those contracts could be subject to legal dispute, and then the legal dispute just simply settled, hence paying the contract and circumventing assembly approval. This places a check on that, and I think is an appropriate measure in this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion.
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue.
You actually put yourself in the queue. It showed up after I had stated that we were voting, and normally we do not allow people to speak. However, I will recognize you because our vote is not up yet. Go ahead, Mayor Bronson.
I just wanted to inform the body that municipal attorney's office and the Assembly's council have been having conversations about this, and we've still been unable to resolve the legal issues, so the municipal attorney's office has concerns as to the legality of this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen.
Dean?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Gates, can you give us your thoughts on that assertion? That I don't doubt it's true. I just want to hear a second opinions from an attorney up there.
For the Sister Cities Advisory
No, we've moved on to 11G.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I was on the previous item. Yes, for 11G. We have had some discussions between Assembly Council's office, our contract counsel, and the Municipal Attorney's office, and I recognize that we have a little disagreement in the legality of this ordinance. I don't think that we've resolved that conclusively. And for me, I think that there is some litigation risk if it's challenged in court. I can't really say how likely the chances are of defending this ordinance or failing. It's really difficult for me to say at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote in support of this ordinance because while I recognize there are legal risks, and apparently there are legal risks or challenges potential with many things, I think the other risks we're facing when contracts proceed without approval is a huge, tremendous risk to everybody and the municipality as a whole. And so I think it's important for the Assembly to do whatever we can to address the issue. And we had the $5 million illegal contract with Hickel for the Navigation Center. That still has not been resolved. So I urge support of this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-105.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11G is approved 10-0. Before we move on to the continued public hearings, we're going to take Actually, I am advised that we are able to return back to 11F, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 706-2022, Sister Cities Commission Appointment. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Staff has in fact reviewed, had the document come forward with the seat identified as number 4, which they're asserting is the case now, then it would in fact match the timelines proposed. I don't concede that if we had less information, we would have a better process. I don't concede that at all, but I believe once we get in alignment, these things will not happen anymore. And so with that said, I think that the motion would be to amend, and it would be to amend the date, excuse me, the seat to read number 4 instead of 14.
Second.
It's motion to postpone. Sorry, I would rescind the motion.
Okay, so the motion to postpone has been rescinded by Mr. Constant. Who is the second? Mr. Rivera?
It doesn't matter, but I agree.
Do you agree? Yes.
Then I'd make a motion to approve.
So a move to approve has been made by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera, are you good for the second on that? Seconded by Mr. Rivera with a motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Made by Mr. Constant to change seat 14 to seat 4. The amendment is seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mayor, the intent appears to be to begin the process of creating a new sister city relationship. And so we would love a briefing on the theory, what's happening.
Through the chair, I'm not sure what you mean by theory. We appoint people to sister cities commissions. We're trying to expand the number of sister cities that we have. We're traveling to build relationships with existing sister cities. So if you could clarify the theory notion, I'd appreciate it.
So heretofore, we have not had a sister city relationship with anybody in Brazil, I think it is. And this individual, as I understand, is intending to expand the scope of our sister city relationship, and I think the public has an opportunity to learn something good.
Well, I'll speak to the general on Claudia here. The Brazilian consulate came up and asked that we establish this. They then reached out to us and provided a sister city in Brazil that met our needs, and I believe had a port, had a university, was of a certain size, and Claudia was with him at the time. As I believe, Bryce, she is acting, what's the phrase, Deputy Consul General, or consulate representative here for Brazil in the state of Alaska. So we thought it would be appropriate that she would be assigned to, or placed on that board.
Thank you, and I understand I was slightly out of order because we're still on the amendment, but it's good information for the public to have that we're contemplating the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I want to direct us back to the amendment, and I'm going to ask actually for unanimous consent on that amendment to change seat 14 to seat 4. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the item has been amended. Anything else, Mr. Constant, on the item as amended?
Thank you for the close scrutiny.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 706-2022 as amended. and the system is catching up.
Mr. Salt, how do you vote on approval of the memorandum as amended?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 11F is approved 10-0. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will continue the public hearing for item 13A.
Mr. Salt, are you on the phone? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, can you hear me? Ms. Quinn Davidson, can you hear me?
For now. Mr. Volan, you're in the queue?
Yes. Let me know if this is not a great time to do this, but I would like to make a motion to change the order of the day. After we go through the continued public hearing for 13A, I'd like to do 14A and then take up 14J, because I know that there's folks here who've been waiting quite a long time to testify on that item. Second.
So Mr. Volan has made a motion to change the order of the day to take up 13A, 14A, then 14J.
Correct.
It has been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. I will go through the queue and the motion. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm not opposed to the motion, but there are a number of must-pass items on the agenda that may necessitate, if things go long, that we interrupt the public hearing, continue it in the middle of it, and stop, rather than get through everybody. And so I just want to make sure everyone understands that we will get through the must-pass items tonight. And so we'll get as far as we can. And maybe there won't be that many people to testify, and it won't be a big deal. But just so everyone knows, I'll support it with the caveat we have other business to do.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I assume you were referring to 15A, 15E, and 15F, which are must-pass items. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are those, and then,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. I'm really not a fan of interrupting public hearings. So I would much rather that we do the must-pass items before 14J, and then we get to 14J, and then we keep doing that in an uninterrupted fashion until the end of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
So I think the gist of what I'm hearing is if we might have to interrupt it, maybe we should take those items up and knock them out. So 14A plus the 15s and then 14J. Then we find ourselves out of the hot water of having to get any. Oh, and there's one other item that's pretty important. 10B6. And so, but we can take that one up at the end if we have to close the public hearing a little bit before that. So let's, if you don't mind.
If that works for me.
Take up the 15s,
Great.
then go to
Yes.
14J and get as far as we can.
Does the second, Mr. Dunbar, concur?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to take up item 13A, 14A, then the 15s, and then 14J. Okay, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day to take up 13A, 14A, the 15s, and then 14J, and then proceed. Any opposition?
Just a quick note, Madam Chair.
I've already asked.
So then I oppose, but for now, I'll, just really quick. 14E is an administrative must-pass item, and I'm not saying we add it now, but I think we should keep it in mind when, as we do with the 10B6 item, that we have those two items to tackle later. That's it. Now, I'll shut up.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, so I'm seeking unanimous consent. Anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing no one, the order of the day has been changed, and we are going to take up 13A, 14A, the 15s, 14J, and then just be prepared to be flexible in case other things come up. So we now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-100, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending building codes at Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 23.10, Anchorage Administrative Code 2018 edition, to allow optional independent plan review of structural design for commercial building permits. This item was carried over from the meeting of December 6, 2022. The public hearing is now open for this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. And if you would make sure the microphone is on. Thank you.
Thank you, members of Assembly. My name is Ron Thompson. I am in a new Assembly district, I guess. I'm 100th in Minnesota, so bought a new house in a new location. Here to talk a little bit about this ordinance, which I have to mention years ago, I've been a building official, I've been Director of Development Services, been Public Works Director. Just recently in the last year, I was back over top of Building Department. So I've been part of this type of information, plan review, permitting for 30 years. These type of things are very difficult to comprehend when you're not in the system or not in doing the daily workload. In this case, years ago when the first ordinance was put together, I think by when Adam Trombley was Assembly member for residential plan review. I was just left the building department and thought that it might not be the best idea for building and construction. That was a decade ago or more. Since that point in time, I worked as Public Works Director, and then I've been out on the outside helping people get permits for 6 years in my own private business. Part of that is timely reviews. And that's really what we're talking about here, is the ability for a contractor, a homeowner, a business owner to speed up the review process. All right, that's what this is about. This is not about safety. They might tell you that it's about safety. At the end of the day, the municipality has the final say in everything. The final inspections are all done by municipal building inspectors, and so that's a huge part of it. It's been very well received in the residential arena. We have licensed professional engineers that review all of the building permits for third-party exempt review, and it's worked absolutely great throughout the years. I would say probably 70 to 80% of all new residential construction is done that way. We don't have problems. We get through the permitting, all of those type of things. The state, I wanted to mention, has, outside of Anchorage, there is no structural review done, period, for commercial buildings. It's all handled by whoever's a design professional. The state looks for the stamp of the design professional. So we would still be, in addition to that with this ordinance, still requiring a separate licensed professional engineer to look at the plans and approve them before we could get a building permit. It works great in residential, it will work great in commercial, and I just wanted to urge your support that I think that it takes a lot to come forward with an ordinance like this, but at one time I didn't think it would work, but I really think it does work, and it will work, and it will speed up construction, which is what we need in the city.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Cross has a question.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. The building department has come out saying this isn't necessary. Since you were in development services and you served in there, you know, I couldn't comprehend why. Why do you anticipate that I know you can't speak to anybody's motive, but why would you think that they would say that this isn't necessary?
Well, I would say that why they say it's not necessary is keeping staff, more staff on board to continue doing reviews. I don't think they can prove there's any greater risk in Anchorage of collapse and structural damage. You don't have an increased structural damage out in the state of Alaska. If they were having problems with the licensed engineers up here, they would be changing those rules pretty drastically very quickly, and they have not. I don't know exactly the reason why they would not support it, except for the fact that they just don't like it. I mean, at the end of the day, the safety is there. You have another professional licensed engineer reviewing it. And right now, there's some individuals at the city that aren't not licensed that are doing that review anyway. So, I mean, this is a step up, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you. And if there are any other members of the public who wish to testify in person, please go ahead and line up. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your area.
My name is Kaylee Thompson, Kayli, and I am here in support of this AO. The main reason that Ron kind of brought up was time frames, and time frames are a big deal in construction. Right now, it's probably the slowest that I've seen it in 8 years, and so plan review is slightly faster, but when we get into the peak seasons, it slows down drastically, and it can take 8 weeks, if not more, to get a review done structurally, which holds up everything, especially with the new E-plan system. You can't be resubmitting and doing things to other realms. So if I wanted to submit revisions to architectural, I can't because I'm waiting on the structural review, which could be 4 to 8 weeks in peak season. Obviously, again, it has been slower in the last year or so. It has gone down drastically, but I think that this should be an option for everyone to use. I think residentially, it's worked great, and yeah, so I urge you guys to support this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So we will move to the phone list. Mr. Turner?
Hello?
Hi, Joelle Hall.
Hello? Say it again?
Hi, is this Joelle Hall?
This is Joelle Hall.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for testimony on AO 2022-100. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, please, your community council or the area of the community in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Joelle Hall. I live in Peters Creek, and I'm calling in to oppose 22-100. I submitted written testimony to the Assembly, but I wanted to further go on to the record to say I was listening to the testimony just a moment ago. It's interesting, you know, the term independent in here, I think it's really important to remember that what this thing seeks to do is to be independent of the municipality. When I listened to the work session, there's currently a way, and I believe this might be how residential works, that if you want to have a private review, the municipality vets a set of structural engineers, and they retain that relationship with those structural engineers about whose interest those engineers represent. The municipality contracts with them, and then if a builder comes through and they want to have the other review, they use these engineers that are in a relationship with the municipality and are protecting the municipality's interests. That's not what's happening here. And I want to I was looking especially at section A, let me see. It is AD4. No application will be accepted where an independent reviewing professional has also served as the design or builder of the project. It does not stipulate, however, that they cannot be in an LLC relationship with the builder. They're not a subsidiary of the builder. I can really see a situation where you would have structural engineers who are in business with the large construction. This is commercial construction. This is multi-million dollar construction. Why they wouldn't set up their own LLC to have their own structural engineer on staff. We need to have this be independent. And it only takes one time when this independence is broken where you would have some pretty catastrophic and dangerous outcomes. I think the independence of independence from the municipality is not something that we should be aspiring to. If there is a problem with workflow, we can use the same system we already have, which is vetted existing professional engineers that are in the municipalities space for maintaining public safety. Get this work. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, it's John.
Hi, is this John Cecil?
Hello?
Hi, is this
Hello?
John? Hello, is this John Cecil?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2022-100. Please go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair LaFrance and members of the Assembly. My name is John Cecil, and I reside within the University Area Community Council neighborhood. I'm testifying tonight in my capacity as the president of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, which is a 500-member collective bargaining unit within the municipality. And AMEA represents positions classified as municipal plan reviewers. AMEA is opposed to the adoption of this ordinance, which we believe will have a negative impact on the membership of our association, as well as on our individual building plan employees and reviewers who work for development services. As far as we know, 2 plan reviewer positions are expected to be eliminated in the 2023 budget, and it's our understanding that the funding for these positions will be used for other purposes. At the Assembly work session of December 1st, information was presented that there does not appear to be a compelling reason for this ordinance. Third-party independent plan reviews for commercial buildings already exist on the municipal code, and this option is seldom used, but it is available. The proposed ordinance appears to be a solution in search of a problem. The MOA's plan reviewers are experienced, ethical, and dedicated public servants, and a question highlighted during the work session noted that third-party plan reviews can become, quote-unquote, political depending on who gets the contract. As public servants, the municipality's plan reviewers must act impartially and deliver services to the public on behalf of the public good. In the event additional plan review staffing is needed, development services can contract out for assistance on a case-by-case basis. There appears to be no compelling reason to eliminate 2 public sector positions and replace them with independent third-party contractors. We would also note that the Municipal Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals in its November 8th correspondence to the Assembly opposes the modification of the municipal code to allow independent structural plan review on commercial construction permits. The board expressed a desire for additional dialogue with industry to improve the plan review process, and we encourage that dialogue to find efficiencies and improve services. We urge you to vote against adoption of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will go back to in person. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Cross and seconded by Mr. Volan. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Excellent, I appreciate it. Hey, guess what? Anchorage is number one. The number one worst place to do business according to CNBC. Listen, if you talk to our property owners, you talk to the business owners, you talk to the construction policy, the construction industry, they'll all tell you the same thing. Anchorage is a very, very tough place to do business, especially tough to build. So decades ago, the state of Alaska did not have a strong process to monitor the license requirements of professional engineers. So to fill this gap, Anchorage created the current plan review process. So I want you to think of professional engineers just like you would an electrician, a framer, a roofer, a contractor. All these individuals now are licensed, they're required to be bonded, insured, and cover over the phases of construction. So, and all these roles are critical to the building safety. You would want a certified electrician wiring your house or wiring your commercial property, wouldn't you? However, the MOA has filled this position of filling the role of a professional engineer. Now, across the United States, this is extremely rare and almost unheard of. It's not done anywhere else in the state, and you would struggle to find other municipalities where this is the case. So, listen, it's important to recognize that the state now has a robust and comprehensive licensing approval process for professional and civil engineers, which requires 4 years of school, a bachelor degree in engineering, 2 years of apprenticeship with direct oversight, rigorous testing, continuing education, and background checks. Okay? So the primary concern from the building department is that this would undermine the system or create an inferior product. We know this not to be true. You can look at the records, you can look at other cities outside Anchorage and see this is not an accurate statement. And to be frank, it's fear-mongering. The other concern is that it means that the municipality will have to lay off some positions, perhaps in plan review, which, you know, and I understand that is a potential risk, but do you have any idea what that means as far as growth in the private sector? No one seems to be concerned about job losses in the private sector. Those jobs are currently being oppressed. So, you know, and I will quote from Captain Gerald, who was here earlier this night, that people are fundamentally good and seek to do the right thing. Well, I would extend that into these engineers. So I would encourage you to support AO 2022-100. It's supported by the Alaska General Contractors, the Alaska Home Builders Association, and is a key attribute to the Anchorage Economic Revitalization and Diversification Advisory Committee report that came out in October 2022 on permitting subcommittee report. So I encourage you to finally put our vote where our mouth is and help expedite and make it a little easier on property owners to get their projects approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross. I think we have a shared goal here, which is getting more projects built, particularly commercial ones, which could allow for higher levels of housing density. I do think, though, that we have an internal mechanism to solve this problem without an extensive code change. And I think that is through increasing the capacity of the term contracts to do this work. And I think before undertaking this kind of change, particularly hearing from ZEBA and others opposing this, I don't see why we wouldn't try for this building season coming up to do just that. Use our internal tool, make sure there's plenty of funding and capacity within the term contracts. The term contracts use a lot of the individuals that would be relied upon in the private sector, but have the extra oversight by the municipality by being under the contract of the municipality. That's what I'm comfortable in starting with. I think it still gets to your goals and still lets us test to see if that tool is sufficient. If it's not, then we should take another look at this. But I do think that I continue to have some concerns around moving a review of structural designs in Anchorage to third parties. As Ms. Hall indicated in her testimony, there isn't that prohibition of being in a financial relationship with the other parties in a project. You can't be the designer of record and you can't be other certain things, but there's nothing to prevent a group of professionals being in the same financial arrangement under this ordinance. So I would urge my colleagues to say no, not right now. Hope that the administration would bring forward a robust term contract
that can fill out this in advance so that these plans can get reviewed in a timely manner as we ramp into the next construction season, and we could reevaluate after this next summer's construction season. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel.
Ms. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, thank you to Mr. Cross for starting this conversation. I agree we need to continue to find ways to streamline and make the process more efficient. However, I am not ready to vote in support of the ordinance as it is because I have some questions. For example, there are some key issues concerning safety degradation and economic damage, potential insurance rates, especially in the commercial side, that need to be addressed, in my opinion, before revisions can move forward. I also, with the terms independent and third party, as the way they have been used in the work session and the discussion, they have been at times conflated. For example, does independent mean independent from the designer or the builder, or as it is often used by engineers, independent, or as it is often used by engineers, or does it mean independent from the municipality? So that is an aspect I think that needs to be addressed. It would also be helpful to me if there was a flow chart of the process, because I don't have a clear idea of how the permits and inspections and how it moves through the process and the time frame that it takes and where things are getting gummed up. So I'm not clear how the plan review is bogging down the process when it's the plans that have problems that typically take a while to get approved because they need to get corrected, which is the whole point of the process. The piece that makes it go slowly, as I understand it, is what ends up protecting the public. So those are some aspects I would like to see reconciled, as well as, and I support Ms. Zelatel's suggestion to increase the term contracts because that can address any workflow issues, and that's how a number of other jurisdictions handle these kinds of processes. So I would ask, and I'm not ready to make the motion, but I would like to see this remanded to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals, because in their letter, they did indicate interest in improving the plan review process and see some merit in the proposed changes. So I think that would be a productive next step to address some of these issues and keep it moving, because again, I agree, we need to find ways to streamline and make the processes more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Next in the queue is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a really interesting one, and folks will say that I'm one of the co-sponsors on this item. First of all, I really want to thank Member Cross for bringing me into this conversation. I think that both he and I, along with the entire body, have a shared goal of doing whatever we can that is productive when it comes to tackling our housing shortage, as well as revitalizing Anchorage in ways that are meaningful and practical and can actually affect change. Going into this conversation, I will definitely admit that I am not an expert in this field, but I feel like I have learned a lot. What this has kind of given me, it's led me to more curiosity. I'm curious why individuals working in the building department are not licensed, and why that might be, and what are the pros and cons there. In our work session, I do think that we got some good answers from staff. I also feel like it was sort of focused on one side of the story, and that was revealed in some of the testimony that we received via email. One of the questions that I asked was sort of on timing, and I think we heard it takes about a few weeks for most projects to get done, but I'm aware that there are projects that have faced bottlenecks. I'm aware of one project that has taken 8 months to move through the system and still is not complete. So I think that there are some bottlenecks. I think that we do need to address timeframes in the peak seasons. It was interesting to hear testimony about the E-plan system and not being able to, I guess, multitask and do more than one thing at a time. So I'm interested in learning more about that. And just, how can we improve? I think that there is a problem with workflow. That being said, I've received a lot of correspondence too, folks concerned about safety issues. We did receive a letter to me that kind of was compelling today from the Structural Engineers Association of Alaska indicating their non-support. And so for me, I think this is a time, and I let Member Cross know that I was kind of waffling on this, despite the fact that I appreciate his intent in trying to improve the process, and I appreciate what Member Zolotel and Member LaFrance have brought forward as maybe a different way to tackle this, increasing the capacity of term contracts. But I think we really got to be productive. If that's the route, if this isn't the vehicle, then I really want us to commit to doing something to improve this process. And so that being said, I think for this item, I'm going to walk back my support for getting this done in this vehicle at this time, with the caveat that I really hope that we can move in maybe one of the directions that you've spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, if there's a motion to move it, I don't want to see it die. I'd like to prefer to keep the ball in the court and try to come up with something that moves things in the right direction. If there's a motion on that, great. I will tell you that, as far as, if it goes to third-party independent, there's a risk of politics. Don't think for 1 minute that there's not politics being played in our building department, okay? Don't think that for a second. As far as the insurance requirement, understand right now there is zero insurance by the MOA. Greening Middle School is a perfect example. That was very much done through our building department, and that suffered major earthquake damage along with several commercial properties that were overseen by the muni. So don't think they're without flaws, and there's zero insurance on their work that they do. And it is important to note that our AO has a higher requirement for the professional engineers than is currently required under the MOA. It is a higher requirement. Read it. Go back and read what is currently required for structural plan review. It is lower standard as required under the MOA. That was something that was very important. And so, as long as we keep the ball moving, listen, I understand. Nobody likes it when you touch their cheese. The building department is not going to like the fact that you're coming in and telling them, hey, listen, we should be able to use people outside your domain. I understand the resentment to that. Government does not like being kept in check. They like that authority, and I get it. But if we got to keep this moving, then if somebody would bring it up to kick it back to the building board, I'll move. I'm making a move to kick it back to, was it building board engineer? What was the building board of review? Suzanne? Board of Examiners Review. I'll make a motion to kick it back to them and have a conversation just to keep it live, because I'm afraid right now that it's going to tank, and I would hate to see that happen because I really believe it's in the best interest of our community.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Cross to remand the item to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals. It's been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trombley, are you in the queue? Oh.
He was going to give us the...
Thank you. Mr. Cross, did you have a question?
No, I thought Mr. Trombley had something to chime in. I was curious on what he had to say.
He took himself out of the queue, actually.
I think Adam was just going to give us the name of the board.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Cross. I was just going to give the name of the board, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you'd like.
What's the administration's, real quick, on this? What's the administration's opinion?
Yeah, the administration's supportive of it. Is it perfect? No. Could there be some additional work? Sure. I mean, instead of using term contractors for these large construction projects, another option would be, say there's some sort of firm, not a firm, but whoever would do this work for large construction projects could be on a list with the municipality. They'd still be a private sector company, but it would be kind of a list that was vetted by the municipality, and you could choose from that list, something like that. That could be a potential option, a remedy, but it would still allow for that third-party plan review concept with that municipal oversight would be a good compromise potentially. But in general, the administration supports it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. And Mr. Cross, do you have a date by which you'd like this back before the assembly?
I don't have the assembly schedule in front of me. Hold on, maybe this is, there it is, there's 23 right there. How about January 24th? Oh, what's that? I just saw a grimace.
That's ballot
Later.
questions.
It's a busy meeting because of the deadline.
February 21st?
Okay, and I'm not sure when the board meets or if they would convene a special meeting, and hopefully that would give them enough time. Okay, so the motion would be to remand to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals to be back before the assembly at the second meeting in February, which is February 21. And that was seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant on the motion to remand?
Kind of on the main motion and the motion to remand. So, Mr. Cross, I like you a lot, and so what I didn't do is what I would normally do with something like this, which is completely sweep it and turn it into just the opposite, which would be to allow third-party review, but only by authority of the building official for both residential and commercial, which would be a major step backwards from where you want to go. I like you a lot, so I didn't do it, but I didn't do it, right? And so, at the point I bring this up is that I'm very uncomfortable with this. For me, the line is Title 23. I'm very highly scrutinous and careful on all of the building safety protocols that are there. And so I'm okay if we refer this, but I have a real heartburn with the idea behind the principle here. And so, but I didn't do what I would normally do. I just want you to know that. So anyhow, so wherever we land on this, I'm a high burden to cross, or high threshold.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to remand to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals for the item to be back before the Assembly at the February 21 meeting.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion is approved 9-1. That item will be remanded to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals and be back before the Assembly at the meeting of February 21. We now have before us, we will take up new public hearings. Item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-115, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Chapter 10.80 of the Anchorage Municipal Code by adding a new section to allow only the owner or an employee to breastfeed their own child under a certain age on licensed marijuana establishment premises, except in restricted access areas, consistent with updated State of Alaska regulations. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hello, James Thornton, Fairview Community Council, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Let's see. So I believe that this has actually already been passed by the state, and this is a follow-up, I think I'm correct, so that it carries to the municipality. The same thing you saw with the 100 milligram increase of individual packages of edibles, which was again by the state, and then we had to go back through the process again, even though the majority of the people were already doing it. So I support this. It's really important for mothers to be able to have this activity allowed in an unrestricted access area, which means, of course, there's no cameras, there's also no marijuana present, and we went through a lot to get this passed on the state level, and it's just it's really nice to see it coming before this body, and I definitely support it. I've had staff members at my business, Secret Garden, that would love to take advantage of this. I don't really have the facility for it, but I know a lot of other places may be designing their facilities to facilitate that. And so, again, I'm in support of it. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be allowed. And furthermore, I just would like to say that there are a few other things on the state level that haven't gone through this process. They're frustrating for licensees in Anchorage because, again, we go through a major process to change it on the state level, and I understand that the municipality, also has, you can choose not to follow what the state says, but if there's some way we could maybe make this process a little more streamlined, it takes a lot of time to go from the state process to the municipal process, and in the 100 milligram case, every other retailer was already doing it. So again, it's not like anyone was reaching out and saying, oh, but you can't do that in Anchorage. So again, I don't mean to be catty about it, but it would be nice to see some of these processes maybe carry over a little bit more smoothly so that we don't have to follow up. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has
Actually,
Oh, that's right, the S version.
we should move to approve the S version, which I was going to make that motion.
Thank you.
So is that a motion then from Ms. Zelatel to approve the S version? Yes. Okay. Seconded by Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zelatel? Or Ms. Quinn-Davidson? I'm not sure who's speaking to the motion.
I can speak to it briefly if that's okay with Ms. Salatel.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Okay, thanks. And just wanted to say that Mr. Constant really led this item, but I joined him. And the reason for this is just as the testifier said, prior to recent passage of, or a change in state regulations, breastfeeding was not allowed on the premises because no one underage was allowed. So this really just mirrors the updated state rules to allow employees to feed their children. And the reason we're doing it now ahead of the larger package is because there's actually an applicant who wants to do this on their premises, and so we didn't want to slow that process down. And if Mr. Constant has anything else to add, since he really brought this forward initially, hopefully he'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thanks. I just would add that I think it's a fundamental fairness issue that people work in these spaces, and the workers and the owners, if they're parenting and have a child who's breastfeeding, should have the right to feed their child. And so this just clearly lines the municipal rules with the state rules as they are today. It's not carving out new terrain or doing anything that hasn't been crafted by the state, so I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-115S.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 14A is approved 10-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is my last meeting, and I really enjoy your guys' company, so I move to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
A motion to extend until midnight has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, we are extended until midnight. So we will now take up the 15s. Shoot, where's my... Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of a paper shuffle here. These are quasi-judicial items, which typically involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These are typically public hearing items. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-387, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating the Assembly's conditional protest of State of Alaska marijuana license renewals for cultivation facility, Alaska Marijuana, thank you, Gardens number 12125 and manufacturing facility AMG Concentrates number 12471 for Alaska Wild Coyote Inc. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-387.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15A is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-390, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Eden Growth Group LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M30154, doing business as Alaska Herb Garden. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-390.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15B is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2022-391, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for No Limit LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M25205, doing business as Cannabaska Concentrates.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-391.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15C is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2022-392, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Eden Management Group LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M30153, doing business as Uncle Herb's. Public testimony is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-392.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 15D is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 15E, resolution number AR 2022-393, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new package store liquor license number 6102 for Northern Hospitality Group, Inc., DBA Prospectors Provisions. Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to approve AR 2022-393, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-393.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 15E is approved 10-0. We now have before us item 15F, resolution number AR 2022-394, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new beverage dispensary, tourism liquor license number 6100, and restaurant designation permit for Northern Pacific Airways, Inc., DBA Navigator Lounge. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-394.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 15F is approved 10-0. Before we take up item 14J, I am aware that there is a laid on the table resolution, is it? Okay, that needs to be acted upon tonight, and it will, I believe it may have been just emailed to members and will be distributed. So it has been emailed to members. I will go ahead and move on to item 14J. And I'm hoping we will not need to interrupt the public hearing, as you noted, Mr. Rivera, to take up any other items. Hopefully we can get to it in the time remaining. We now have before us item 14J, ordinance number AO 2022-107, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Section 21.05.070, accessory uses, and 21.10.050, use regulations, Planning and Zoning Commission case number 2022-0090. Ms. Zelatel, you were in the queue?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's my intent to move to postpone the public hearing to the meeting of January 24th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to postpone the public hearing to the meeting of January 24th. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there are a lot of people here to testify tonight. However, in our community councils, we have received several requests for more time. In particular, there was a request, we had over a third of our community councils submit resolutions in Midtown on this item, and they would like to see if we can have a work session to hear specifically from the community councils. I have asked the chair for permission to do so, but that can only happen if we wait. And one of the reasons to wait is to hear fully from the community councils, so then there could be time to possibly draft amendments or other, take up other issues related to this ordinance before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this motion. We have a lot of people here tonight to testify. Perhaps the public testimony will get extended. I sort of hope that we can do some work on this tonight, but I urge my colleagues to vote no and allow the folks that have come tonight to testify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Volin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am strongly opposed to delaying this. We already had a work session on it. As Member Zalatel said, we've heard from many community councils. The public outreach on this has been robust. We have a memo about it in our packet. It includes a survey to all community councils with over 330 respondents, access to a concurrent survey of over 500 residents by NeighborWorks Alaska, an ADU working group to advise on code amendments throughout 2022, a presentation on March 10th to the Community and Economic Development Committee, a walking tour of known compact housing with South Addition residents on May 5th, 2022. Fun fact, I went on that walking tour before I was elected to this body. A Planning and Zoning Commission work session and public hearing on September 19th, 2022. Presentations to 10 community councils between April and June of 2022, and then 7 more following the Planning and Zoning Commission approval. I think it's time we get this done. Housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volin.
Ms. LaFrance, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support both, actually. I'd really like to hear from members of the public who are here tonight so that we can, in the spirit of Mr. Weddleton, make some changes perhaps or considerations based on the testimony tonight. And while I appreciate that there has been process associated with this ordinance, it is only now that it is coming to the Assembly, and we don't get to make amendments or really get involved until an item has been introduced and heard. So, Ms. Zalatel, I support your motion to postpone. However, I'm going to vote no to this part because I would like to hear public testimony for a while at least tonight, see as far as we can get, and then I would support a motion to postpone action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support this motion to postpone. Many of my community councils, as we're going to hear today, are worried about these changes. And in fact, I think we're missing a few community councils today because many of them didn't think that this motion to postpone was going to be controversial, that they'd be able to come here and in January and testify at that time. I think rather than acting too quickly on this, we should take some time and have conversations with our community councils, us as a body, try to understand their concerns and see where we can go from there. I will say every time the ADUs comes before us, we are thoughtful with it. We take our time with it, and I think we need to do that with this ordinance today, be thoughtful and take our time. And part of that, I think, is trying to get the best testimony possible from individuals. And we do that once we have had time to go through the ordinance, had time to have conversations, have time for the public to see any amendments that might be coming forward, have time to see any possible S versions that might be coming forward so we get great testimony. I don't doubt we're going to get great testimony today, but I think if we postpone, we're going to get even better testimony in January. I think from my perspective, a short delay won't prevent achieving the goals of this ordinance, which are housing. I will also add, I'm glad that Mr. Voland brought up the ADU working group. One of the things that Ms. Zalatel and I tried to do very early on was to get community councils as part of the ADU working group. What did the administration say? They said no. So, lesson learned. If the administration had brought in community councils much earlier in this process, I don't think we would be here today where we have a lot of community councils with so many concerns. So, I will be supporting this and ask and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
I'm okay with not voting on the main motion tonight, but we absolutely have to hear these people speak. They've waited 6 hours. If this was the intention, we should have said something in the first hour, if that was your thought process. That's insulting to these people who have sit here, some who's an expecting mother, just so they can give us 3 minutes of their time. I think they deserve 3 minutes of speech when we've made them wait for 6 hours, and I would feel insulted if I was in the audience to learn we're not going to listen to them after they've come this far. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, and I tend to agree that all these folks are here. They've been here since 5 o'clock, a lot of them. And I want to make sure that they're heard. If the argument is we want to hear from the public so we can make this a better document, this is the time to start. It's before us. And just the only caution to members of the public is if it's continued and changes are made, and you've spoken. And so you don't get another opportunity, that's at your risk. But I know you've been here for hours and hours, and so I am going to vote to honor your time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. I just find it so hard to believe that community councils have not had an opportunity to weigh in. We've received letters, multi-page letters from community councils. There are also community councils that voted, or that did not vote to support resolutions on this item. And that's something I think we're missing in the mix, is that there were some community councils where resolutions were presented and then not, they were not voted on. So anyway, yeah, let's just get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Alatel?
Thanks. I'm not intending to suggest we postpone the public hearing as any kind of insult to the public. I want to be really clear about that. It's more as to what Mr. Constant spoke. If you speak now and there are changes made, you may not get to speak again. And there's been the request for a work session where we could hear some of these things and work to make the changes. So that is where we're at, and unfortunately we had a very lengthy consent agenda tonight, and that took the time it took, and we hadn't gotten to the public hearing items yet. So that is why we are here, and this is the appropriate time to make this motion under our rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. So I'd really like to get to a vote here because we're using up time. Really quickly, Mr.
I just want
Cross.
to apologize. It was not my intention to say that you were insulting them. My intention was to say that I would, if I were out there, I would feel insulted. I know that's not your intent. I know you to be a kind person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Okay. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 14J to the meeting and the public hearing and the item 14J to the meeting of January 24.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion to postpone fails 2-8. Public testimony on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council or the area of the meeting in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Please let me know if you're speaking on behalf of a community council.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask him if he's going to speak in poetry tonight. I'm going to be prepared. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And happy solstice. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Oh, all right.
Could you
start over?
Actually, could you hold one moment, please? There's a point of order by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yes,
Rule do
thank you.
believe
So
has
my
been
my
broken.
question is it accurate to say that if people testify today and we continue the public hearing to January 10th, that they will not be allowed to testify on January 10th?
That is my understanding.
Okay, I just think it's important for the public to understand that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'll go ahead and restart your time.
So, let me just clarify that then. Could I refuse to testify now with the expectation that I would definitely plan to testify on the 24th and be involved in the work sessions?
It just depends on whether or not a motion to postpone prevails. And normally we don't address questions, but since it's a procedural question that others probably have, it will just depend on how this body votes and how much time there is. There is a work session, if this is postponed, there is a work session scheduled for January 6th. And if you would go ahead, if you want to still testify, and just start by stating your name for the record.
Okay. I'm Dr. Peter Muse, President of the Rogers Park Community Council. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this opportunity to testify on happy solstice. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I believe you have a packet before you which contains the Rogers Park Community Council ADU resolution, the supporting letter from the Rabbit Creek Community Council, the May 18, 2018 Assembly Memorandum addressing ADUs, and the 2017 letter from Senior Planner Tom Davis addressing Title 21 ADU regulations, including excellent comparisons of ADUs in Anchorage, Portland, Seattle, and Santa Cruz, including graphic depictions of neighbor shading. Our resolution was created in response to an egregious example of why ADUs must be redefined and regulated so that they do not cause harm. They do not cause harm to neighbors and neighborhoods such as this has done. What harm, you might ask? Well, lost, stolen, poached, solar access, privacy, lost views, and decreased property values. There is a critical need for affordable housing in this community, as you are well aware. In our community, this is a crisis. But most certainly, this is not a case, let me rephrase this. But most certainly, the amendment as proposed is mostly for a cash cow, as envisioned in the Planning and Zoning Amendment. Cash cows, not affordable housing. Solar access is critical for all life on this planet. To that end, the Bard of Avon spoke of the sun, the glorious lamp of heaven, the radiant sun is nature's edge. So it is. Please allow me to read from our Community Council resolution. Whereas the Anchorage Assembly adopted Municipal Ordinance number AO 2018-43S in 2018 to allow building detached accessory dwelling units, DADUs, in R1 and R1A zoning districts. Whereas the Municipal Planning Department has recently submitted a proposal to the Planning and Zoning Commission to amend accessory dwelling unit regulations promulgated in AO 2018-43S and codified in Title 21. Whereas Title 21.15.040 does not define character but defines compatible compatibility as the characteristics of different uses, activities, or designs which allow them to be located near or next to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, bulk, and the setbacks of structures. Whereas accessory dwelling units are defined as small, subordinate, attached, or detached housing units on the same property as an existing family dwelling. Whereas by adopting larger dimensional standards for ADUs than proposed by the Planning Department in 2017, neither the Planning and Zoning Commission nor the Assembly presented any information to support how these larger structures in R1 and R1A zoning districts would, quote, allow more efficient use of residential property, allow development that is more compatible with existing neighborhoods, and create more affordable housing or respect the rights and values of neighbors? None. Whereas a priority of the Anchorage Climate Action Plan and Climate Action Strategy is to increase opportunities for residents to implement clean energy technology. Whereas Anchorage has the lowest angle of sun and consequently the longest shadows throughout the year of any major North American city, shadows cast by a building or neighboring lot is a function of latitude, proximate location to neighbors, its height and bulk, and roof type and orientation. Whereas other major cities with higher sun angles and less shadow in effect have successfully implemented DADU development with smaller building dimensional standards and respectful design and requirements. Whereas much of our current housing shortage is being driven by conversion of homes and rentals to short-term vacation rentals. This from the Alaska Department of Labor. Therefore, the Rogers Park Community Council requests these actions. One, that we ensure that the size of all accessory structures remains in scale.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, was that the total 5 minutes allotted for community councils?
That was 5 minutes.
That was quick.
Long-winded, Felix. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm wondering, Mr. Muse, you were about to end with just a few points that you wanted us to make some recommendations from the community council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go through those points quickly, please?
I would be happy to. First, ensure that the size of all accessory structures remains in scale with a designated single-family development pattern. In pursuit of this goal, AO 2018-43S should be amended to avoid bulk and appearance of a second full-sized house on the lot, with reduced gross floor area and height consistent with the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan and the recommendations of the Planning Division as per the memorandum from Mr. Tom Davis, which you have. Second, measures to protect neighbors' privacy and solar access, which is critical, absolutely critical, with lower building height, better design and siting on the lot, and restrictions on balcony and window design and placement. Third, for R1 zoning.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Muse, but we have a bunch of people to testify, and I think that this is well beyond a quick bullet point of points, and I would ask if it's proper to have these comments submitted to us in writing so that we can get to the rest of the folks.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I concur with the point you raised.
Don't mean to be cutting you off, but...
Sir, would you go ahead and email those to us, please?
You have them.
Okay.
You have them in your packet. You have
Okay.
5 pieces, 5 attachments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Would the next person please come forward, please, and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live?
Hi, my name is Katie Severin. I personally live in Airport Heights, but I'm here representing AARP Alaska. I am the Associate State Director of Communications for AARP Alaska. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, thank you so much for being here. Assemblymember Cross, you commented on my changing body. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't passionate about this issue. And I just want to mention a couple of points. I have been involved as in my capacity working for AARP Alaska with the ADU working group since last year. We have an aging population in Anchorage and in Alaska, and we have seen tremendous increases in the purchase price for a single-family home and costs for renters. We need additional housing. This is not news to you guys. And we need to make some changes in our policy in order to get those. ADUs increase available housing stock, and they support seniors and aging in place. giving them an opportunity to stay in their homes and their communities. They give senior homeowners an opportunity to raise additional income to supplement fixed income, to live close to friends or caregivers, and to retain their independence. As ADU renters, seniors can access desirable neighborhoods while also downsizing their living space and expenses, and maintain their closeness to family, friends, and care. The proposed revisions outlined in the AO, like eliminating owner occupancy requirements, regulating size and height, and allowing ADUs for duplexes, are in line with proven best practices for encouraging ADU development and in line with the 2040 land use plan that this body has adopted. Furthermore, with the 2018 efforts by this body to encourage ADU development. And then Assemblymember Volin spoke to the AIM related to the public outreach that has already occurred on this AO, but I just want to underscore that the proposed changes have been developed in partnership with the mayor's office, with community partners on the working group, which have ranged from developers to affordable housing providers. The Planning Department has also embarked on a robust public outreach process. The changes to code have been approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This work has taken place over the course of more than a year. This has been an extremely thorough process. We need additional housing units in Anchorage to support residents of all ages, and importantly, seniors. With our growing senior population and all of the efforts represented in this AO, I urge the body to support and approve the changes as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. And if you could press the button there to turn on the microphone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Hyduk, and I serve as the Director of Community Engagement for NeighborWorks Alaska. Personally, I live in the Central District, as is our office and different properties that we manage. NeighborWorks has submitted comments, so I'll be brief, just to share a few points to urge the Assembly to support AO 2022-107 and urge a vote tonight. ADU reform is just one of many policy changes needed to right-size Anchorage's housing supply, and it has broad support. A NeighborWorks Alaska survey earlier this year heard from over 500 Anchorage residents, and nearly 70% of them said they want local government to do more to ensure that there is more affordable, quality housing. We also found that the most support was for ADUs, cottages, and other compact housing options, with the least support towards the larger single-family housing that we currently have and are able to build. Additionally, this planning process did more to reach residents than other efforts I've seen, and I hope it becomes a model going forward. The department hosted a work group of stakeholders, reached 15 community councils and the Federation twice. It also hosted additional surveys for community engagement, with just over half of them, over the 330, over half of them expressing interest in building an ADU or experience building an ADU and identifying the challenges and barriers. So the code proposals before you tonight were designed to address all this feedback throughout the whole process, but it really started very early on from the start. The proposed code changes build on the reform from 2018 and are based on best practices and lessons learned from other cities that, once implemented, saw increases in ADU development. So with that, I appreciate your consideration tonight and urge the Assembly to vote to support the code changes.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. For the record, my name is Daniel George. I am a resident of the Russian Jack Community Council, and I'm also an FCC delegate for Mountain View Community Council. Before I begin my prepared testimony this evening, I want to, out of great deference to my colleague from Rogers Park, put the last two items of their resolution on the record, if I may. Item number 3 For R1 zoning, retain the current requirement that at least one landowner will occupy the principal dwelling or DADU and developing provisions for verification and penalties. And number 4, implement strategies identified in the action plan, section 3 of the 2040 Land Use Plan 2017 to facilitate the ADU construction. Dated September 15, 2022, 17 in favor, no opposed, and 1 abstention from Pete Mios, President of the Rogers Park Community Council. So thank you everyone who invested your time in this. I appreciate all of you who worked on the working group and the work sessions on this. I appreciate the opportunity to continue public testimony at a later date for folks. I think we owe this process the opportunity to get it right. As an active member of both the Russian Jack and Mountain View Community Councils, as well as during my recently concluded tenure chairing the Federation of Community Councils, I appreciated the level of communication and outreach from the Planning Department on this subject. While I speak only on my own behalf and not on behalf of those communities, I wanted to express my appreciation for the opportunity to work with Daniel McKenna Foster and receive acknowledgement that the input from residents was being heard and addressed. Additionally, it's good to work with Christine Bonnell again. From my additional perspective as a licensed realtor, I encounter questions regularly from current property owners as well as aspiring homeowners regarding ADUs and whether their properties they're looking at are compatible or capable of an ADU. Given my experiences in that regard, I would advocate in favor of this AO and its measures, to name a few: the removal of on-site parking minimums, the expansion of square footage allowed by an ADU or for an ADU, allowing an accessory structure to be the same allowable height as the primary structure, and the removal of owner occupancy requirements. Further, I also support the Assembly extending the inclusion of ADU permissibility. Ultimately, the end goal of incentivizing cost-effective expansion of quality and affordable housing stock in Anchorage is critical in meeting Anchorage's long-term needs and planning goals, as the AO notes. I do support the idea discussed by Member Voland of making ADUs allowable in size uniform at 1,000 square foot muni-wide. However, I also believe the current proposal does not go far enough in some respects. Namely, the current proposal expands ADUs to single families and duplexes. I believe it ought to consider the inclusion of triplexes when such an ADU's presence conforms to maximum lot coverage, dwelling units per acre limits, dense zoning characteristics such as R2, R4, etc., and would otherwise be allowable if the vacant lot were developed with a total of 4 units otherwise. 2 examples: in Mountain View, it's R3 and R4. It's impractical to build to that, but if you had an ADU option, you could. Also in R2M, the number of units is determined by the size of the lot. So you could have a 7-plex next door to a triplex, and a triplex would not be able to add an ADU. You'd have to bulldoze it and rebuild 7 units. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Zalatel has a question for you.
Thanks. So I didn't follow that last piece about bulldozing the triplex next to the 7-plex. Could you explain that one more time?
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you for the opportunity. I was running out of time. So in R2M, the number of units on a lot is determined by the size of the lot. So if you have 16,500 square foot or 18,000, you can have 7 or 8 units. So you can have 7 plexes or 8 plexes next door to duplexes and triplexes and so on. Well, by rights, you have the ability to develop to a certain number of dwelling units per acre, or 7 units, but you can't add an ADU to a triplex unless you include it in this AO. So you're stuck at 3 units on a lot that's the same size as all adjacent 7 or 8 plexes.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, Irene Quidno. I did not read up on this ordinance, but I have some general comments. So, an observation from what Mr. Voland read, and I'm not either for voting today or not extending it, that I don't have an opinion on that, but from what Mr. Voland said, there was quite a robust public process. And I have seen you guys vote and not extend public process on issues where the initial public process was a lot less robust. So that would be an argument to say, let's get it over with. There has been a lot of input. The other thing I wanted to say, so if Ms. Zalatel, if you're, through the chair, if you were hoping to make this suggestion to postpone it and the rules don't allow that at the beginning of the meeting, then maybe you should change the rules. Because that would be fair to the people who made the trip here and have been waiting till 10:30 to testify. You changed the code for other things, so I think that would be something I would encourage you to look into. And then lastly, if I'm understanding the process correctly, so you told people that you're hoping to continue this meeting and that they can testify then, and if they testify today, then they can testify on the continuation. But on the off chance that that motion doesn't get through, that motion wouldn't be made until the public testimony has been closed, if I'm correct, which means then they lost their chance to testify at all. And I feel that it's important to let them know too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I'm here to urge you to support AO 2022-107 and also to pass it tonight. I really respect the fact that you want to have a robust public process, make sure everybody gets a chance to weigh in and make sure that this is done right. But we've also been hearing a lot of stories about how people are suffering without housing or suffering with housing that they can't really afford. Delaying this by a month would delay housing for some people for a month. It's not a silver bullet in terms of fixing our housing crisis, but it would help, and every little bit helps. There's also the fact that the changes proposed here are pretty minor in terms of if you're on the outside looking in at an ADU or a property. It's not going to do anything structurally that a homeowner can't already do on their property. It wouldn't be any larger, it wouldn't be any more volume on the lot. So from a neighbor's perspective, concerns about the height of the property, of the building, or privacy and solar access, those are not additional concerns to what could already be done on that property. But these changes do make it easier to build housing, which is what we really need. We've also heard that some people are expressing concerns about how this might change their neighborhoods, and I understand that they love their neighborhoods and they want to keep what they love, but I'm actually here to support this because I love my neighborhood. I was really fortunate to land there, and I would really like to be able to welcome more neighbors to my community. I live in Airport Heights. That's a really central location. It's exactly where I wanted to be because of that. Everything I need is within 2 miles. Which is really helpful for me. It's also critical for our climate action plan and reducing emissions, arguably more so than solar access. So I'd like to urge your support for this. I'd love to see you vote on it tonight. If that doesn't happen, then I hope to see you support it in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. And I want to note that we do have 4 people signed up to testify by phone. But we're going to go through the folks who are here to testify in person first. Welcome.
Yara Silvers, East Anchorage. Please pass this tonight without delay. This ordinance has been going through community councils for months. One of the councils that I am a member of, Spinard Community Council, voted down a resolution against this ordinance months ago. It's been brought up in FCC several times, and many community councils have declined to even consider a resolution of opposition that was being pushed around. Related to this, I do agree that short-term rentals need to be addressed, but this needs to be done thoughtfully in comprehensive, muni-wide, standalone legislation, not tacked onto an ordinance that actually allows more housing to be built. We need more housing in Anchorage. Let's let people build it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Bob Butera, and I live in Rogers Park area. I was a strong supporter of the original ADU ordinance that this new ordinance will replace, but I do not support the current version of this revision. The original ordinance allowed for more housing and was respectful of neighbors and neighborhoods. And where I think this new ordinance goes wrong is that it misses the second goal. The focus is only on creating as much housing as possible. The new ordinance was developed by a working group composed entirely of representatives from public, nonprofit, and commercial housing advocacy groups. These are well-meaning people, but they do not appear to understand how this ordinance will affect small lot neighborhoods. My neighborhood is composed primarily of 50 by 140 foot, 7,000 square foot R1 lots. An ADU on these small lots should have different height, size, and setback constraints than an ADU on a half acre or even a 10,000 square foot R1 lot. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, there should be a tiered approach based on size. Another drawback of this new ordinance is the elimination of the existing requirement that either the primary residence or the ADU must be owner-occupied. This clears the way for allowing more housing to become short-term rentals, exactly the opposite of the goal of creating more housing for residents. I encourage the Assembly to act on short-term rental legislation, but this legislation and the elimination of the existing ADU owner occupancy requirement must be addressed concurrently. We cannot tell someone they can do something and then take it away later. Understanding this code revision takes work. It is complex and requires understanding of city code and construction. When our community council was presented with these code changes and no questions were asked, that silence was taken as a sign of approval rather than lack of comprehension. Our community council has attempted to engage and so far has been ignored. The way this new ordinance is written will pit neighbor against neighbor as one seeks to exploit its leniency and the other to preserve the qualities that made these neighborhoods the place where they invested their time, money, and social capital. We need to take a step back and do this right. I ask you to reject this ordinance and to listen to your community councils who support these housing goals and understand their neighborhoods. Hear them out, craft an ordinance that works for our neighborhoods and creates housing, and pass it at the same time as the legislation on short-term rentals.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mark Foster. I reside in Rogers Park. I come to address one specific issue, and that's the owner occupancy requirement. Harvard Business Review in 2019 and again in 2021 carried peer review literature indicating that in the absence of an owner occupancy requirement, housing markets become less affordable. I'll repeat it. Housing markets become less affordable if you don't have an owner occupancy requirement. That's a large national data set starting in 2017 and going through 2019. I think you want to examine that issue carefully before you assume that we are different in some way in our housing market here. The chance that we will, in fact, exacerbate the problem with the proliferation is a risk you want to carefully consider, given the empirical data in that research set. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Zalatel has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Foster. Did that article discuss at all about the intersection between increased housing stock and any kind of short-term rental regulation?
Yes, it cites to several individual locations where they've attempted to regulate short-term rentals, and that would help shift the housing stock to more affordable housing. But they did leave open the question of what's the most efficient and effective way to do that. And I think they basically suggested that really is a function of the local community. What's the best way to nudge that market away from high-margin short-term rentals and toward more affordable housing stock for renters and home ownership.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
I think it's still on. My name is Kaylee Thompson. I'm here in capacity of my business this time. We have permitted and done a lot of design work for over 12 ADU projects this year. I support this. I support it because it has been a long process of going through these issues, and I think the planning department did an amazing job putting this together. It's well needed. the permitting process has shown a lot of these issues that have come up throughout the process, and I think that this AO fixes a lot of those. And I also urge you guys to try and pass this and approve this today. I mean, we have projects that are on hold waiting for this to pass that could increase new housing come the spring, but we're kind of in a holding pattern waiting for some of these changes that I think are very important. Yeah, that is all I have, so thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to the phone since there are no others in person. Oh, actually, we have a couple more. Come on up. Welcome. And if you could press the button to turn on the mic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine Stoner, and I'm president of the Midtown Community Council. And first of all, I want to say our council supports the idea of ADUs. We feel it's one of the answers for low-cost housing, but the particular ordinance that we have in front of us has a lot of shortcomings, and we're one of the councils who wanted a work session. The planning department did come to our council. They came to other councils because we've been talking around on what happened in those meetings. We asked questions, and they were not answered satisfactorily. We ended our meetings feeling like, what is going on? We're asking things, we're expressing our concerns, and we're getting nothing. So we really would like a work session if you guys can do it. Some of our concerns are home ownership and neighborhood stability. ADUs need to support the continued ownership and protect neighborhood stability and character. The provisions to remove the requirement for owner occupancy works against continued ownership and residential stability. I'm just reading part of this. Our documentation did not get to you guys in time. Oh, you did get, okay, good, okay. The proposed amendments appear to contradict the intent of the 2040 Land Use Plan to promote targeted infill and redevelopment supported by public investment in infrastructure and services. And instead, the ADU regulation changes allow for a rounding doubling of housing density and will create pockets of density without additional services or infrastructure. The proposed ADU amendments are substantive enough to require one or more comprehensive plan amendments. The ADU amendments pose a potentially large change in residential neighborhood character and use patterns. The amendments will allow a doubling in density and will accelerate short-term visitor rentals by absentee owners as a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. The city has not offered evidence or data that there is any need for the proposed amendments. The general impediment to any residential change is cost and financing. The staff analysis provides no evidence that increases in height, decreasing setbacks, and increasing the size of ADUs are necessary to reduce costs or improve financing. In many cities that are tourist destinations, just like Anchorage, conversion of homes to short-term rentals has reduced the resident housing capacity and driven up rents. An example is Girdwood. I think you guys talked to them last week. Also Seward, Juneau, Homer, they've all been affected by the same thing. The removal of the owner occupancy requires for ADU would increase this possibility. Parking. One or more parking spaces should be available for tenants so they are not forced to park in the streets. Parking in the street is a safety hazard because there is no room for the removal and storage of snow, especially in increased population areas. We've seen that the last couple of weeks. We saw it last year. For people who've lived here many, many years like me, it isn't something that happens once every other year. It happens a lot. Cars don't belong on the streets. If someone wants to put an ADU on their property, they need to supply parking. This ordinance overrules HOAs. I personally don't understand that. If a person wants to build an ADU in an area that has an HOA, they should work with their own community to change the regulations for that area. The city should not overwrite what a homeowners association has already put together. I want to express gratitude to Rabbit Creek and Rogers Park Community Councils. They did a tremendous amount of work on this ordinance, and we used a lot of their information. And I thank you for your time and effort. You all put in a tremendous amount of time, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. Amanda Moser, Airport Heights. Through the chair, I'm not sure that I will give great enough testimony as Assemblymember Rivera requested in order to have the Assembly vote on this tonight, but I'll shoot for the moon. And as a courtesy of those waiting to testify, I'll be brief. Let's be clear, Anchorage is in a housing crisis. And as Assemblymember Volan stated, housing delayed is housing denied. And it's great to hear that there are projects waiting for this to go online. Over the past 16 years that I've lived in Anchorage, I've watched my peers move out of state. It's always easy to identify these folks that are flight risks. And during this time, twice a year, 1,500 people gather in a room and eat rubber chicken and listen to an economic forecast. More often than not, in the words of Kai Risdall, it's sad trombones. Part of these bad economic forecasts includes the out-migration of 18 to 40-year-olds. And a major factor of this out-migration is lack of housing. Lack of housing, period. Lack of workforce housing, lack of affordable housing, lack of available housing. And let's be clear, even if this passes tonight, we're hearing the concerns about that there's going to be massive amounts of ADUs constructed. I don't think that is likely. There will be maybe 1 or 2 per neighborhood or per block. But each year we hear, and especially as AEDC has done polling, younger generation Alaskans want to live in a vibrant central business district with access to amenities by walking, biking, or transit. Younger generation Alaskans aren't the only ones that will benefit from this. As we heard, AARP spoke, recognizing that ADUs can provide economic opportunities for seniors as well as the opportunities for loved ones to live in close proximity or to support aging in place. So thank you to the Planning Department for their robust outreach, and I'm going to urge the Assembly's support and urge action tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room who is planning to testify? We do have 4 people on the phone list, and I need to call attention to the time. It's 11:36. We have 2 must-pass items that we need to dispense with tonight. Estimated time is around 23 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So I'm going to make a motion to continue this item, and I'm just going to say to the 10th of January. I know it's a busy meeting. The 24th doesn't really work because of the ballot. And at that time, we can continue it further or take it up, depending on who shows up and when we get to it. So that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you, and I would just speak to that, we have 4 more people to hear from on the phone. We've had some folks who didn't attend. We have members that want to have a little bit more public process with community councils. I think we can honor all of those things and get this done pretty quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So the motion on the floor is to postpone or continue the public hearing to January 10. It was moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the testimony that we received tonight and the sort of robust discussion we've had over ADUs really for years, I was prepared to vote tonight, and I would vote to support this. But I recognize the reality of the time. And perhaps it is fitting that it would go this way. ADUs are one of the first things I wanted to work on when I got on the assembly. The fact that we had a massive addendum and a million things pulled off a consent agenda, and we didn't even get it till 10, that's a fitting way to end a career in the assembly, perhaps. So I will not get to vote on something I care about deeply, and the gears of the Anchorage Assembly grind on. So I will support the motion to extend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of January 10, 2023.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 14J to the meeting of January 10 is approved 10-0. Constant?
Thank you. I would move to incorporate and lay on the table the unnumbered resolution titled Resolution of the Municipal Assembly approving the temporary delegation of the Acting Director of Public Works position to Kent Colhase pursuant to AMC Section 3.20.020A.5.
Second. A motion to incorporate and lay on the table the unnumbered AR has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
The timeliness factor is that we have instituted a 60-day maximum for acting without further assembly action, and that day is tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel on the motion to incorporate and lay on the table.
Oh, I support it. Sorry, it's not the item before us yet, right? Okay, good.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to incorporate and lay on the table the unnumbered
Sorry, don't
AR.
we have an amendment, or is that on
We do, but after we incorporate. And
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Felix. I'm just going to ask for unanimous consent on the motion to incorporate and lay on the table. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this item has been incorporated and laid on the table. It is item 10B11.
I move to approve item 10B11.
Second.
Mr. Constant has moved to approve item 10B11. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel?
I move Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Zalatel Amendment Number 1 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to deal with the fact that without this amendment, we would have Mr. Colhase in 2 acting positions, and this clarifies that the municipal manager position is an acting assignment, which is slightly different than an acting appointment, with the intent of Mr. Colhase's return to acting Public Works Director prior to the time that this extension would expire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 10-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10B11 as amended.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 10B11 is approved 10-0. We will now go back to item 10B6. We now have before us item 10B6, resolution number AR 2022-410, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly determining a vacancy will exist on the Assembly in Seat H for District 5 East Anchorage and initiating the process to fill the vacancy. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
So this would be the traditional time when we say good things or not about our friends and peers who we've served with. And I'm going to keep my comments very short. I've seen enough. Mr. Dunbar, good journey and good luck in your work ahead. It's been great serving with you. I look forward to achieving more.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I didn't bring a gift, but I wore a ramen sweater tonight in honor of Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar is a connoisseur, I would say, of ramen, and so it's a shared interest, and wish you luck on the next endeavor. You've been a good thought partner and policymaker on this body, and I've really appreciated working with you since I came on. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Okay, great. I want to thank my colleague of almost 5 years for his incredible work on this body, his commitment to working people and to our most vulnerable community members, and what seems an endless energy to do good. You know, Forrest was the first person I met on the Assembly when I was thinking of running, and a leader on this body even then. When he heard I was interested, he immediately made time to meet with me and introduce me to others. And my experience then and now is that he uses his position and knowledge to lift others up, encouraging them to join him in making Anchorage a better place. Forrest is patient, and he gives folks the benefit of the doubt. He never speaks ill of those who are trying to do good, even if they're doing it in a different way. He's open-minded in a way that's admirable, particularly in this field where folks have big opinions and tend to stick to them. He's funny. I'll miss sitting next to him. This is heavy work we do, and a bit of levity goes a long way. Forrest loves animals, especially his cat, Katala. In my experience, a grown man who will openly profess his love for a cat is bound to be a high-quality human. And that's how I'd describe Forrest. He's also wicked smart, of course. I love working with him because his mind is quick and he thinks of things others don't necessarily see. Folks who know him will tell you that he's typically a bit ahead of everyone else. If you can get yourself a colleague like that, I highly recommend it. This work must seem so stuffy and formal on the outside, and the truth is, though, that we're mostly, at least, friends up on the dais. We laugh together and we go through challenges side by side, brainstorm, support each other when we need it, and talk about our families and things going on in our personal lives. I'll miss having Forrest as part of this tight-knit group we've all formed. So, Forrest, thank you for your kindness and your hard work, your open-mindedness, your sharp intellect that you use for good, your humor and your friendship. I wish you great success, and you know, but of course we all know that's inevitable. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's going to be a big adjustment for me and the people of East Anchorage. We've gotten used to working with Mr. Dunbar, and it's actually been a good team effort, I believe, over the last pushing 7 years now. And I still have never met your cat, though, but it's an indoor cat, great. But I definitely wish you luck in Juneau, and I probably will see you down there when I'm at the AML convention in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been a pleasure to work with you, Forrest, over the years. We've worked together on some good pieces of legislation, and it was great being able to lean on your experience when I became chair in 2019. You were the only individual who had experience as chair, and of course, we know what happened in 2020 and 2021, and so having you there with your judicious and thoughtful opinions, I think was very helpful to me as I tried to navigate through all of that crazy. Very thankful we have a much wider bench now. I think echoing a lot of the comments others have said, you are very thoughtful, and if Fred Dyson were here, he would probably use a phrase like wicked smart. One of the sayings that you have been famous for, and I'm surprised we don't have like a shirt with it on it, is that it's a ceiling, not a target. And there's a little bit of irony to that today because, Mr. Dunbar, you are the one that made the motion to extend to midnight tonight. And I have a feeling that we might hit that ceiling. We will see. But if I'm honest, I think what I'm going to miss most is our shared passion of all things nerdy. Not sure anyone else on this body will be able to recognize my nerd references, and thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And so, I don't think most people recognize Mr. Dunbar. Was disappointed that I didn't recognize it earlier, that he is wearing a tie that is Zelda designed. Most people probably don't even know what I'm saying if I say Zelda. So definitely have fun in Juneau, but you will be greatly missed on this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Volan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, Felix is right. I'm not as nerdy as either of you, but it has really been a pleasure to serve with you, Forrest. Forrest was a buddy of mine even before it was a thought in my mind to run for Anchorage Assembly, and I'm really glad that our terms got to overlap even for a short time, and I really look forward to the work that you will do in Juneau.
Thank you, Mr. Volan. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I wish I'd met you sooner under maybe different circumstances. I have learned to really appreciate your insight on things. You have a really good way of approaching things systematically. And I have profound respect for you now that I've had an opportunity to work with you, and I just hope that you are very happy in your new role. I hope you do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. I'm going to jump in before you, Forrest.
Yeah, Mrs. LaFrance.
I just want to say it's been an honor to serve with you, Forrest, and I appreciate, as other members have spoken to, your knowledge, your thoughtfulness, and your help. Thank you for the support. It's hard to imagine this body without you, and I am grateful for your hard work, and especially all you've taken on with co-chairing Budget and Finance with Ms. Quinn Davidson in the last year and a half or so. But I'm glad that you're going to be continuing to serve our community, even though it's in Juneau. We wish you all the best, and you will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Solt is next in the queue.
Mr. Solt, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, whoever's in charge at the moment. Forrest, I didn't get the time to know you very well, but I certainly wish you the best of luck in the state. And please don't forget about us here in the little old municipalities back in Anchorage and other cities. I know we'll be reaching out to you for your support, your help, and your advice. So again, congratulations on moving forward, and we'll miss you. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all so much for your kind words. For those members of the public that feel like I perhaps do, that time would have been better spent working on the ADU ordinance, I assure you that there were too many amendments to get it passed tonight. So that was definitely not going to happen. Those that know me know I'm not particularly sentimental, and so I really had hoped that we could dedicate this to work, but I still appreciate everything everyone here has said. I put a resignation letter in as an AIM. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it summarizes a little bit of the things we've been able to accomplish over the last 6 years, and also lays out some of the experiences we've had together over the last 2.5 years in particular, which have been very formative, I think, for many of us, and really for our institutions here in the city. I look forward to hopefully continuing the work in Juneau. And I also really want to say thank you to the clerk and the clerk staff for all the work they've done. We are timing my resignation for January 3rd so that there is enough time, I hope, to notify the public that I am leaving and then get another interim member seated from East Anchorage by January 10th. I hope that can be accomplished. I do not want East Anchorage to go without interim representation. And then, of course, because Mr. Peterson unfortunately is terming out, both of our seats will be up in April. So big changes for East Anchorage. But again, thank you so much. And yes, it is appropriate that we are going to go right up until midnight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote in the motion to approve AR 2022-410.
Madam Chair, point of information. I'm so sorry.
Yes, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, what is your question?
Was Mr. Cross planning to bring the same amendment to this document as he did for Ms. Allard?
No. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought he said he was earlier. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10B6 is approved 10-0. I want to note that the resolution laid out what Vice Chair Constant, Assembly Council, staff, and I had discussed in terms of the schedule. Filing for interim appointment will open on Wednesday, December 28 at 8 a.m. Filing for interim appointment will close on Wednesday, January 4 at 5 p.m. And the paperwork can be found at muni.org/elections beginning tomorrow, December 21. Okay, at this point, I want to move to final audience participation. However, we have moved around in the agenda, so I'm going to ask for can I just make a conforming motion in case we didn't properly change the order of the day for anything else so that we can take up final audience participation now?
I would make that motion.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to final audience participation. We automatically do adjourn at midnight. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, James Thornton, Fairview Community Council. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the council tonight, but I'm going to make this as fast as I can. Members of the Assembly, members of the administration, and through the chair, I'm glad the folks in the warming area of the Sullivan now have a chance at improving their current situation and overall life, especially around the holidays. Henning is working as we speak to make that happen now. Thank you for your unanimous support of the increase. This approved increase of capacity does not change the fact that mass congregate shelters in low-income neighborhoods are not the solution to our housing and homelessness crisis. Neighbors and business owners are now in fear, again, that the last year will repeat itself and Fairview will be facing the same challenges going into the next year. I truly hope that this increase in capacity will be followed immediately by swift actions and planning to continue implementing the distributed model and all-around funding goals we've all agreed need to happen. Communication and transparency is key to this model working, especially as it pertains to the impacts being felt by the neighborhood. To work together successfully, we need to communicate. The last meeting, there was a resolution. It didn't end up getting laid on the table. I only found out a few hours prior that there were folks in this warming area on the floor. Maybe I missed an email, but why did we not know the details of which? In the meantime, 150, fluctuating between 100 and 160 people were on the floor for 2 weeks needlessly. We are currently reacting to these issues instead of addressing them with an organized approach which hurts the communities affected by these external impacts. Our community is still in need of the following to address our offsite impacts of the concentration of services. Safety and security immediately for our neighborhood, 24/7 APD patrols, 24/7 medical. Some of that is already at the Sullivan. We request for 24/7 contracted security patrols, eyes on the street. The community wants to know why the Golden Line is not being used. Why Fairview and not East 30 and not 36th Avenue? Trash cleanup, we're kind of falling behind on that. Restrooms, health department inspections of the Sullivan. I'm going to move on. Another question is, no doubt in their minds, what's going on with the warming shelter now? Will they continue to fill it up to capacity, and will that have negative impacts on our community because of the lack of services? We have to continue to open up alternate housing options right now to not lose the momentum we currently have. Otherwise, by June, we'll be looking at the same situation repeating last summer's turn of events with Centennial Campground and a lot of undelivered promises resulting in the Sullivan reopening. To be clear, the Fairview community wants to see an indefinite moratorium on the Sullivan's use as any type of shelter. Fairview will continue to host a large number of services in Anchorage even after this happens. The Fairview Council, Fairview Business Association Ad Hoc Committee, we've sent letters to the administration, received no responses. This is very disheartening and only fuels the disappointment of the process and historical inequities continuing today. On behalf of Fairview and all communities shouldering the burden of
Thank you for your participation.
Did you have much
5
more to
minutes?
finish? Yeah, we don't know if it's 3 to 5 minutes.
Burden of a concentration of homeless services now and in the future, we again strongly encourage the Assembly and administration to break out of old patterns, being stuck, and immediately implement an organized, facilitated, brainstorming, problem-solving process with the community. Also allow the amazing team at Henning to do their work. We need to start, I'm almost done, we need to start producing some real solutions to get Anchorage out of this rut. It starts in Fairview, and we have to do it together.
Thank you,
Go
sir.
fast alone, go far together.
Well, thank you. It's midnight. And it is midnight. We are automatically adjourned. Thank you all for being here tonight.